session. I think we're all here now. Item 1, time has been set aside for discussion of the potential sale of or lease of the city-owned property located at the southeast corner of South Granada Avenue and West Calle Carlos Arruza. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is an item that was requested by Councilmember Kozachik as a way of getting an update on the transmission line. I'd be happy to turn it over to Councilman Kozachik if he's got any other comments.
Oh, this is item 1. I'm sorry. This is item 1.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
So item 1 has been
I apologize.
continued?
I thought you were already on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, item 1 is just continued, so we were on to really item 2. And I'd ask that the council indulge me. I'm still doing some analysis on the transfer, and particularly on the appraisal. So I'll be happy to answer questions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
It is.
Item 2, Councilmember Kozachik has requested a briefing on the TEP Kino DeMoss-Petrie transmission line project. Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, thanks. TEP is upgrading their transmission lines for a couple of reasons. One is to respond to some of the increased demand as a result of Banner and UMC, but also to meet just growing consumer needs throughout town. I asked for the study session for 2 reasons. Number 1, to allow TEP to describe their process and public input and what their part of this is, but realizing that the final call will be made by the Arizona Corporation Commission. In our material, it indicates that there is a part of this that's a special exception zoning examiner process. We're getting a lot of questions at our office, and I suspect Richard and Durham are as well, about what does that mean, what's the city's role. And so I've asked staff to give us a description as to what that special exception process is, what the mayor and council's role in it is, what criteria are used by the zoning examiner for making determinations as to whether or not a particular route is appropriate or not. So that we can better answer the public's questions when they ask us what our role is. And then TP to share some of their thoughts in terms of what what they're up to and what their timeline is. So you want to do Scott first or Adriana first? Or?
I would suggest that we do Scott to present the department and what our responsibilities are, and then we go with TEP presentation.
Honorable Mayor and Council, good afternoon. So what we're talking about today, is Councilmember Kozachik pointed out, is the TEP Kino to DeMoss-Petrie transmission line extension. It's an upgrade to an existing substation that's located on U of A North. It's needed on the U of A main campus to support UMC Medical Center, Banner, and other high energy uses in that area. The substation is going to be located in the northwest portion of UMC campus between Vine Avenue and Ring Road. What's being done there is we're replacing an existing 46 kilovolt substation with a 138 kilovolt substation, which is the largest that's allowed by the Unified Development Code. So it's a fairly good size substation. The zoning there is residential 2. What that requires then for a substation is a zoning examiner special exception. So there'll be a hearing in which the public can attend and voice their comments. The ACC's determinations will be considered by the zoning examiner in that, but ultimately it's the ACC determines, but the zoning examiner can weigh in, of course, on that. There's really 4 stages to the city's regulatory process in regards to a zoning examiner special exception. So the first one's a pre-application meeting between staff and the applicant. That has occurred. The second is a neighborhood meeting held by the applicant. TEP has suggested that will be in fall 2020. So they will be doing a formal neighborhood meeting. They're already doing outreach and soliciting input from neighbors and other stakeholders. After that, they'll submit an application to the city for formal review. We'll do that review, and then within 60 days, we'll have the zoning examiner hearing and the zoning examiner decision comes out. Now, that decision is appealable to mayor and council, so if the public does not like what comes out of the zoning examiner special exception, it can be appealed to mayor and council. So again, an application hasn't been
God,
submitted.
I'm sorry for the interruption, but the zoning examiner will rule on what exactly?
So it's pretty limited in the Unified Development Code of what a zoning examiner can look at in regards to utilities. So the first one is the setback. So 20 feet from any residential zoning. The facility has to be enclosed or surrounded by a masonry concrete wall, which is what they're proposing. And then it limits the size of the facility. So our code limits it to 138 kilovolts. But there's not much else the zoning examiner will look at. It's a pretty straightforward application. You've got a site with a substation on it surrounded by a wall. I think where you'll hear a lot of the public concern is the routing of the lines, which the zoning examiner really doesn't weigh in on. That's done at the ACC. So the opportunity for the city to have its voice heard is one, testifying at the ACC and submitting its comments, testifying at the zoning examiner, making sure that's understood, and if it comes before mayor and council, weighing in there. So that is kind of the extent of the regulatory, the review the city gets. In talking about this, we did ask TEP to come. So behind me today is Adriana Marinas. She's the government relations with TEP. Ed Beck is the director of transmission development. Renee Darling, transmission and distribution supervisor. Eric Rance, manager of operations and planning, and then Chris Lindsay, director of transmission. Tried to get Stephen Eddy. He's out of state, so they sent a power crew behind him. So subject to your questions, that concludes my comments.
So Councilmember Kosajic.
So this is really important to be clear then. The zoning examiner is or is not weighing in on the route that extends to the substation?
Let me check.
Because that, I mean, the substation is what it is. You know, it's a utility with a chunk of concrete around it. That's not where the questions are being arisen.
No.
It is there. I have one group who is saying we don't want the lines running up Campbell. Another group saying we don't want them running up Euclid. Another group saying we don't want them running through residential areas to get to the substation. So is the routing and is how you get to that location a part of what the zoning examiner is going to be weighing in on?
Not to my knowledge. The way this works is the Arizona Corporation Commission has a line siting process. And so if you have a transmission line of greater than 115 kilovolts, has to be approved by the ACC. TEP uses the public input that they receive during their process, and that goes into the application that the line siting review committee takes a look at, and they make a recommendation back to the ACC. I'm sure the zoning examiner will see that, but I don't think we have any regulatory authority to change that.
So the substation is ground zero.
Yes.
That's where we're getting. That's the goal.
That is the extent of the zoning examiner's review.
And so there are questions about preservation, historic preservation, about impacts on residential areas, on delisting and all of that. Mm-hmm. Are you saying, and whoever else, that we have zero voice in that? That's all between the utility and ACC?
Councilmember Kosajic, Honorable Mayor and Council, my understanding is we can comment on that, and we of course will. The Historic Preservation Officer has been attending these meetings and will provide her feedback. But as far as regulatory authority, I don't believe we have much, to where we can direct something to occur.
And who has standing to appeal the zoning examiners?
Any citizen that's affected. So just like your typical public hearing request, if you're participating in a process, you can request an appeal.
And when it gets to us, the only question we're answering is that specific location for that substation, does it meet setbacks? Does it meet the criteria that you listed off?
Right. We can only regulate what's in the Unified Development Code, and that was the criteria I mentioned.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Scott. Can the mayor and council be reminded about Chapter 25 and how it enters into this discussion?
So Chapter 25 relates to TDOT mobility, and so Tucson has a franchise agreement with TEP that allows TEP to operate their utilities within a right-of-way. So under the franchise agreement, there are terms regarding how those utilities get installed, and then TDOT does issue permits for work in the right-of-way. So we regulate it that way, but that's mainly technical as far as setbacks, depths, construction materials, not so much the actual siting of the line.
I guess what we're trying to get at is what are the entry points where residents and neighborhoods and other interested stakeholders can submit their input and feedback to the route that is going to be taken by TAP. I would like to allow Adriana Martinez to come and present, and then if we have additional questions or commentary, then we wait after her presentation to do that. Adriana? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. We appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. Since it seems like you have some questions about the public process, I'd like to take some time to cover that. We are currently evaluating now over 120 links or segments that could be used to be combined to form up to 3 proposed route alternatives that'll be included in TEP's application to the Arizona Corporation Commission. As we develop those routes, we're in the process of an extensive public outreach effort, which has included, as you know, public official briefings. When we kicked off this project, we met with many of you. We've met with city staff. We've also had stakeholder meetings with stakeholders like Southwest Gas and Kinder Morgan, but we've also included Tucson Water, Parks and Rec, and TDOT in those stakeholder meetings as well. We also have a separate community working group meeting, or community working group, where we have members of our community stakeholders involved, members from, or representatives from neighborhood associations. We have also part of that, the U of A, Pima Community College, and Banner Health, just to name a few. So we've had 3 of those community working group meetings. We've also had individual requests from neighborhood associations, and we've met those requests and met with them individually. And we've also had public meetings, 2 of which were in the fall, and we have 2 more actually scheduled in a couple of weeks on March 17th and 18th on both the north and south ends of the project. I did bring with me some copies of the mailer for that. It should hit mailboxes by the end of this week, and we encourage the public to attend and submit public comment as part of the official public record. And as Councilmember Kozacek mentioned, the Arizona Corporation Commission does regulate the placement and construction of transmission lines, and it's through the CEC, or Certificate of Environmental Compatibility process, and we'd be happy to entertain any other specific questions that you may have for us.
In the creation of these routes, how many streets will ultimately have power lines, either distribution or transmission, on both sides of the street?
Vice Mayor Cunningham, it's our goal that when we have new transmission lines that we do, when possible, bury transmission lines that are nearby, but I'll leave, or excuse me, distribution lines. I'll let Mr. Beck elaborate on that.
Because well, that's kind of surprising, because you didn't do that on Kolb in Ward 2.
Honorable Mayor, council members, when we do transmission lines, 138 kV transmission lines, our intent is to bury distributions along the same route. So Kolb Road was, I believe, a PI project that had an existing transmission line, so we just moved that transmission line in association with the requirements of the transportation.
I'm sorry, can you state your name and your and title for the record, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Ed Beck. I'm Director of Transmission Development for Tucson Electric Power.
And see, and therein lies the problem, Ed, is that that's the #1 concern I have. We actually get lots of complaints about how unpleasant that road specifically is, because there are power lines on both sides of the road. So ultimately, when you do this project, which we can't stop you from doing, and Lord knows I'm going to try, but when you do this project, all I ask is you do your best to ensure that we have transmission lines and corridors only on one side of the road, because that's pretty much one of the things that Tucson takes a hit on the most. And if we can bury our distribution lines as much as possible, and you guys can be a partner with us in that in the future, that would be very helpful. I've spoken with just about everybody in your organization, and none of them want to come to my office anymore because all I talk about is burying distribution lines. But that's okay. At least you know what you're getting. So I'm going to say that about this project too. I hope we bury as many distribution lines as possible in this process, and that to me is a palpable trade. But thanks for answering my question.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Does the ACC cover all the aspects of the substations?
They do not cover the aspects of the substation. That is really left to the local jurisdiction. We do take it forward in our process. They're aware of a substation, but there's a difference between the facility is called a substation and a switchyard. In this case, we're building a substation, and they don't have approval over that, but they do review the location and the information that we provide them.
Okay, and can the mayor and council be reminded about the TEP substation being constructed at 36 and Kino, and the city as well as Pima County's role on this?
So the property there was identified to be a county park originally as part of the Bridges development. TEP worked out with Pima County to buy the corner of the property at 36th and Kino, and provide the money that we were providing for that property was sufficient to fund the actual development of the park, which the county didn't have the funds for, as well as provide maintenance money for 20 years.
Okay, so basically you're working more with the county than with the city right now.
And when the city was involved in our process.
It's a piece of property that Coney owns, but it's in the city of.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Eddie. Is TEP looking at several potential routes, and can the mayor and council be reminded about TEP's discussions with neighborhoods and the city historic preservation officer?
So right now we have over 120 segments to make up routes, and our ultimate goal is to have at least 3 routes that we would take forward to the Corporation Commission for review. We could have more than 3, but kind of our target is to have 3 routes to take forward. Throughout our public process, we've been doing a lot of outreach. We're right at the stage now where we're showing those segments on maps. To date, there have been no lines shown on a map to the public. So we gathered public input, and our review process developed those links, and now that's what's being mailed out this week for our public meetings. And we will be requesting public input on all of those segments with ultimate goal of then making routes. Those segments will form routes in the end that we take forward to the commission. The city can provide as much comment as the city wishes through that process. We welcome that. I know Mr. Elias has been involved in the past in one of our cases that was rather controversial through neighborhoods, and we ended up with a very good result in that case. The public actually supported us in the end for the route that we selected.
I think that what we have in front of us is what are going to be the permanent connections for this line, right? And how does it affect the built environment, specifically for businesses and neighborhoods? And the area of study, it does include Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 3. We have historic elements, historic neighborhoods in these areas. There's a lot to think about and lots of input that I believe the city of Tucson, not just the neighborhoods in the city, but the jurisdiction the city of Tucson should participate in. And so I am looking forward to the community engagement that's happening here. I had previously been given information about TEP pursuing this particular expansion. And I said at the time, and I continue to say now, that I really want to see how the engagement with the community and the stakeholders will result. And hopefully their input and feedback given to TEPs so that can inform the 3 routes that you are going to suggest. What I would suggest to the city manager is that we have one individual in the city of Tucson that is diligent about the meetings, the community conversations, and opportunities for engagement to make sure that not just TEP, but the city of Tucson is hearing the concerns of the community and stakeholders in the area. I also want to make sure that Mayor and Council's comments are sent to the Arizona Corporation Commission when we are ready to send those forward. Is there a particular timeline as to when the city of Tucson can submit our comments to the ACC?
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'll find out and get that to you.
Would you happen to have an idea as to what that timeline is, Ed?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, council members, the process, I don't believe, is laid out in a timeline that you have in front of you, but we are anticipating making our application to the commission towards the end of in the third quarter of this year. At any time, you can make comments into our process. All of the comments that we receive get rolled up into our application. So anything that we get will show up in the commission offices. Separate and apart from that, when we make the application, you can file in docket control at the commission any additional comments you might have so that they get full review. And we would very much would appreciate and enjoy having a designated person at the city to work with to be sure that we're getting the information in a bidirectional process. And just one additional item is the certificate of environmental compatibility. The big piece of that from the commission standpoint is environmental review. And so we have the State Historic Preservation Office. I know we'll have the city historic process also part of that. But the state does look at the environmental impacts of the lines. That's part of their main charge for reviewing the routes that we take forward.
I think it shouldn't, we should not put this very important project on the shoulders of the council members that are affected or the wards that are affected. So even though I think that, you know, Ward 6, Ward 5, Ward 3 are very competent, my colleagues are very competent, I would again stress the importance of having one City of Tucson designee to follow the community engagement and what the process is so that the wards that are affected are well represented in the final process of this particular project going to the ACC. So I don't know if this would be Scott, I don't know if this would be someone in your office, Mr. City Manager, but I think that I'd like to get a response as to who would be the designee in the City of Tucson whenever you have the opportunity to regroup with your staff and make a decision as to who will be the person. But I think for everyone's sake, for TP, for the City of Tucson, for the neighborhoods, for the ward offices, one particular person that is in charge of representing the city in all this process would be good.
Okay.
Councilmember Kozachek and then Councilmember Durham.
So I think that's important for a couple of reasons. Number one is that we're hearing different things. You know, Richard just left, but on Ward 5 is hearing we're getting brownouts, and so this is an important project for us. We're hearing don't run this through our historic neighborhood. Don't destroy the quality of life with 110-foot power poles. So very different messages. I guess I'm going to ask a couple real basic questions. Electricity 101, you know, TEP for dummies or whatever. How you have 3 substations identified in here. The controversial one is the one right in the middle of the city. Right. Why do you need a substation there? Why can't you do what you're after with just those 2 at the extremes?
Councilmember Kozachik, the issue is that we run feeders out of the substations to serve our loads. So they're the kind of the streets that get to your neighborhoods. So kind of look at the substation as maybe similar to the interchange on the freeway. You need to get from there actually to the houses. Our feeder lines can't be real long. They get very inefficient the longer they get.
And is that what these yellow lines are, line segments, are those feeder lines?
No, those line segments are the segments for the 138 kV routing that could make up a route in the end.
Okay.
So those are the segments that we have identified through our process to date.
And is it along those yellow lines that the power poles are going to go?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. That's all I-
Councilmember Kozachik, have you been hearing from your neighborhoods about grounding these or what-
Undergrounding?
Undergrounding this, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have, and TEP has done a pretty extensive job of explaining the costs associated with that. It's about 1.5 million per mile to do it above ground versus about 15 million per mile to underground them, plus the impact on the streets, 20-foot wide culverts, the downtime when and if maintenance is necessary, the cost of maintenance. It would be hours, it would be weeks as opposed to hours to underground. I think that I think it's going to be a tough lift to suggest that they underground all these. Plus, the impact during construction on the neighborhoods would be extreme.
Councilmember Durham?
I want to express support for elimination of routes through neighborhoods. They should be arterials only. What other options are there instead of SF6 at the UA North substation?
There are a few options that could be used. SF6 is our standard. That's what we utilize today. It's one of the best gases for insulating a substation. We haven't mentioned that the U of A North substation will be a gas-insulated substation. As a result, the size of that installation is much, much smaller than what our typical substation would be. And it allows it to fit on the really small site that is the location identified for the substation.
Could you make it larger and still fit an expanded site?
If we could find a piece of property that was the right size, we could do that. One of the problems we had as we started this analysis is finding an open piece of land that was big enough to put a substation in. We weren't really finding that. And working with the U of A, we were able to find a piece of property that they were willing to give up that would be sufficient for a gas-insulated substation. We have monitoring on our gas. We've got one other gas-insulated substation today. It's what we call our Tucson station. It is monitored on a 24/7 basis for pressure loss. If there's a leak, we know it immediately. We get out and take care of it. We have had very little experience with any leakage on our equipment. SF6 gas is a heavier than air gas, so it does tend to go to the ground. Out in open air, it's not a problem. In enclosed space, it could be a problem. Our substation is not totally enclosed. And the one additional factor is it isn't a greenhouse gas. So that's one reason you don't want it released into the air. But again, we have a very good monitoring program, and our people are very experienced at handling the gas.
So I understand the TEP substation that is presently gas insulated is the Dunbar Spring station, Dunbar Spring substation.
It's in the Dunbar Springs area, yes.
What is the service history at there? And I'm concerned that you say the SF6 is a known greenhouse gas emission. It is several times higher than carbon dioxide, right? Does it leak?
No, my point relative to the monitoring is our system is a sealed system, and we rely on that gas for insulating for the operation of all of the equipment. If we lose that gas, we have major problems. We can't interrupt the flow of electricity. So it's very important to us that we never have any leaks, and that's part of the monitoring issue, that we have the monitoring equipment attached to that equipment at all times, monitored in our control room 24/7. So if they see a pressure drop, they're going to immediately get a crew out there to take care of any issues. We have not had issues to date at the Tucson station near Dunbar Springs.
So there is not really an alternative to insulating a gas-insulated system because it fits on a much smaller footprint. You couldn't find the maybe 5 acres needed to install a conventional system.
Yes, if we could find a site that large, we could go with an open air, what we call open air insulated, a lot more interruption to the public.
But I understand that's impossible, right? That
we have not been able to find a site that works for us in the vicinity of where the U of A substation is located. We do a study and determine a load center, which is the point where we want to put a 138 kV substation, and the U of A North substation is almost dead center with where we identified our load center for that area. And so the need for the U of A substation has been there for 20 plus years. And, you know, it's getting to the point now where we really need to get it in place. You've heard that on the southern end of this project, there are some brownouts and some loss of power to those residents and neighborhoods. We're trying to be ahead of that in the area surrounding the U of A. We don't want to experience that in those neighborhoods. And the public on the southern end has been very adamant that they appreciate the project on that end of the project just because it will resolve their reliability issues.
So is it your plan to bury underground any of the lines?
So if there are distribution lines on what we end up as a route for the transmission line, our intent would be to bury those distribution lines.
So is it your intention to underground any of the lines?
The distribution that are along those routes, whatever gets selected as a route, we would underground that distribution along that route.
So only through residential areas?
Residential and or high volume roadways. If there's a distribution line along that route that's going to be where the line is going, we would clean it up by undergrounding that distribution.
Okay.
So what I would request from TEP is that mayor and council and the city manager, through the city manager's office, receive a timeline from TEP. What's the process? Where are we in the process? And what are the entry points where feedback from the community can be given? That way we are all on the same page as to where what's next. And then for us on the city side, I would say that mayor and council are ready regarding our comments, so that we could submit our comments at an appropriate time as this process continues. Any other questions?
Just, Paul mentioned the 5-acre footprint. I don't know if that was just figure of speech, or is that what you need for a as a 6?
We're typically using 6 acres.
6-acre footprint. So to Mike Rankin and Scott Clark, if the zoning examiner approves the site, which is all they're allowed to do, and it's appealed to us, and we say we don't like the downstream impacts that it's causing, and therefore we're going to deny the zoning examiner's recommendation, based on the downstream impacts. Is that even an appropriate position to take, or are we limited by law to say, no, all we can weigh in on is what's happening?
Of the review, both of the zoning examiner and then potentially at the mayor and council if it's on appeal, is as Mr. Clark described earlier. But it would be more responsible for me to research that a little more and give you a definitive answer about what the basis for your consideration on appeal might be.
Okay, thanks.
Alrighty.
Honorable Mayor, council members,
Sure.
I just want to be sure that I've talked about distribution and the 138 kV system. Just to be sure that the council is clear, distribution is our 46 kV and below system, which is generally out through the neighborhoods today. And then the 138 kV, we don't have any in the U of A area specifically today, but we can always provide locations where you could go see what that looks like.
That would be great. If there's no other questions and no necessary direction from mayor and council, thank you so much for your time, and let's work together, make sure that we're tightly communicating every step of the way. So thank you to TP. And,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozaczek, for bringing this to our attention. Item 3 has been continued at the request of staff, so we move on to item 4. Item 4, there has been set aside time for a presentation on the Tucson Supplemental Retirement System. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is an ongoing part of the budget process to talk about funds, and particularly our retirement fund that is applicable to all city employees with the exclusion of the public safety employees. This is, again, a part of the budget. There are some implications that we'll be talking about on the 17th. With that, I'll turn it over. We got Art Goodon here, who's our pension manager, as well as Joyce Garland, so they'll take the presentation from here.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, members of the council. Again, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Art Guaron. I know there's some new faces, and I am the city's pension and benefits administrator. Included in your packet materials is a presentation that I put together, kind of an overview. Let's see if I can get this thing to work here. There we go. All set. So before I really begin into the presentation, I thought I would provide just a few remarks about the plan and the actions that Mayor and Council has taken over the years have really improved the funded status of the plan. And there's a chart on slide 10 that depicts that. And really the key component is
Please move
Okay.
on. Yeah.
So as I was saying, Mayor and Council has taken some key steps to improve the funded status of the plan dating back to 2013. And really that was the implementation of the funding and rounding policy, which really stabilized the rates. And you'll see in the slide, I think it's slide 5 or 6, we really haven't had a rate increase since 2013. So that being said, we'll move on into the presentation. The agenda today, we'll just talk through some future mayor and council considerations that will be on regular consent at a future regular session. I'll talk about a plan overview, some of the key plan design changes that the plan has seen over the years, and then we'll really talk about the funded status as of June 30, contribution rate history, and then, as I mentioned, a projection on when we anticipate reaching full funding. So two things that Mayor and Council will be asked to consider in the future will be an approval of a code revision amending the board member terms, and then the approval of the employer and employee contribution rates for FY21. And what really we're talking about on the first bullet point is increasing the number of years in the term for those board members elected to the board by 1 year, so increasing it from 3 to 4 years. The reason for this ask from the board is they feel that for new board members that come on the board 3 years, you're just starting to really learn about the plan and the mechanics and how it works, and then you have to go for re-election, and they felt that that additional year would help them in their learning process and provide more meaningful support to mayor and council through their board process.
So how much are you requesting the board members serve now?
So they currently serve 3-year terms, and we're requesting to go from 3-year terms to 4-year terms.
Are they staggered, and how many members on the board?
Sure. There are 7 members on the board. The finance director and the HR director are appointed through city code. There is a city manager appointee, and there is a mayor and council appointee. So the 3 that we're talking about are 2 elected from the active member population and 1 retiree member that's elected from the retiree population. And those would be the 3 members that we're talking about increasing the terms for.
And you said that human resources director sits on the board?
That's correct, Mayor.
What other director?
The finance director.
And the finance director. And they're voting members?
They are voting members.
So they're
from
part of
board.
the 7 members?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you make sure that you share the composition of the board and who's sitting on that board right as of now, besides the directors? And then are they staggered terms, or did we all approve all of them at once?
Honorable Mayor, the finance director and the HR's directors their terms don't end.
Okay. So those 2 particular member positions are called out on the charter, is that correct? Or no?
It's provided per code, Mayor.
Per code,
City code.
per city code? Okay.
The other 2 or 3 members are staggered. So the 2 elected active board members are staggered, so they don't end on the same cycle. And the retiree board member, since there's only 1, is subject to the term of office. So it's not necessarily in conjunction with the 2 active board members, but as a standalone member, so to
Okay.
speak.
And the retiree member is selected by whom?
That process is run through the City of Tucson Retirees Association.
Okay.
So they actually go through the process and have an election, and interested parties go through the election, and they provide the results to TSRS.
Okay. Is anyone term limited?
Mayor, that member is term limited, and they can only serve 2 consecutive terms, and hence the reason to ask for an additional.
From 3 to 4.
From 3 to 4.
Okay. Alrighty. Are we approving that for consideration today?
Mayor, it's not on today's agenda,
Okay.
and I anticipate that it will either be on the March 17th or the first meeting in April.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just had one question on the report, which is, I think somebody covered for me.
Vice Mayor, I don't think we've covered the report. We're just starting. So would you like to give Art a little bit of an opportunity to present okay, let's have the presentation, and then we're going to open it up for questions, because I have a lot of questions myself, so.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. The second bullet point here talks about the approval of the employer and employee contribution rates. This item, again, will be presented for Mayor and Council consideration either at the March 17th meeting or April. And what we talk about here is there's a modest increase in the employee rates due to the actuarial assumption changes made by the board back last year. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into it. But the 2 tiers that we have that are subject to rate increases are the Tier 1 variable and the Tier 2 variable. and we're recommending a 25 basis point increase on each of those tiers. So, and I'll get there later in the presentation. So providing a little bit of overview, kind of review, TSRS was established in 1953 to provide retirement benefits to non-commissioned police and fire staff for the city of Tucson. So it provides a monthly retirement benefit in addition to Social Security and then any other retirement savings that members may have. Participation in the plan is mandatory and for non-appointed staff and appointed staff have the ability to opt in to the plan. At present, we serve over 3,100 retirees and 2,400 plus active employees. It is a qualified defined benefit plan under Section 401A of the IRS code, which means we can take the tax deferred status, but also means we have to comply with certain IRS regulations. It is a formula-based benefit, so there is a formula to determine an employee's retirement benefit at retirement. So here on the screen and in your presentations are the benefit tiers that I referenced earlier. We have what we call the legacy tier, which is hired prior to 6/30 of 06. These are the employees that are set at 5%. What mayor and council decides to do with the rates does not affect this particular group of employees. And at present, there are 983 members in this tier. The second tier would those employees hired between 7/1 of 06 and 6/30 of 2011. They're currently contributing 6.75%. There are 245 members in this tier. And then the newest tier are those employees hired, excuse me, after 7/1 of 2011, are currently contributing 5.25%, and there's 1,268 members in this tier. 1268, my apologies. In tier 2, that's correct.
And you said the legacy, there's 900?
There's 983 members as of February.
Really?
There's 245 members in tier 1, Vice Mayor.
Are they currently employed 900 and something members? Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we had less for some reason. Okay. Wow, that's a big group.
So the last bullet point here sort of segues into the TSRS board. The plan is governed by a 7-member board, as I mentioned earlier. Briefly touch on this here. The 7 members are one appointed by mayor and council, and I can go through their names if you want because I know their names. So this gentleman, the chairman is Mark Rubin. He was appointed by mayor and council last year. The city manager appointee, his name is Kevin Larson, and he's been on the board for a number of years that predate me. The finance director and HR directors, as I mentioned before, and then the 2 elected active employees, Michael Coffey and Jorge Hernandez, and the retiree member is Jim Wasaki. Michael Coffey's term will come up, will end in January of 2021, so we'll have to prepare for an election later this year. The role of the board is really, as I outline here, they're responsible for administration, management, and operation of the system and the plan. Some of that responsibility they delegate to me through the board rules and regulations. Really what their focus on is the recommending the contribution rates to mayor and council for approval. They monitor our investment policy and our investments through the use of our investment consultant, Calle. They annually review the actuarial report, which then sets forth the rates that mayor and council consider. They annually adopt our budget. They ratify the retirements monthly. They're responsible for the review of the funding and rounding policy, and they also hear and approve disability applications that are presented before them. So some of the things that the board has done throughout the years and have recommended mayor and council adoption of are, the creation of the Tier 1, which was in 2006, the creation of Tier 2, which was in 2011, and all of these steps have been taken to improve the funded status of the plan and the financial health and sustainability of the plan. As I mentioned earlier, in 2013, the board undertook a study of the funding and rounding policy, which has this city, or recommends that the city contribute 27.5% towards as a contribution to the plan, which for the last few years has exceeded the actuarially determined contribution rate. And the rounding policy is set forth so that it minimizes the volatility in rates that employees see on an annual basis. And the next slide will show the history of that consistency in the rates from the employee perspective. And in 2020, they modified the actuarial assumptions. So every 5 years, the plan has to go through an experience study that our actuary does. And what that does for the plan is it updates our assumptions based on the experience that the plan has seen. So employees are living longer, so we had to update our mortality tables. They also work with a number of investment consultants to look out over the next 5 years to determine what they think the investment rate of return is going to be. And looking at that number for the next 5 years, they recommended that we reduce the investment rate of return from 7.25% to 7%. And it's important to note that TSRS is not the only plan that has been forced to look at that. I know other plans across the state, and ASRS and the Phoenix system have also recently, or not recently, but have taken action in recent years to reduce that investment rate of return. And this is an important, this is an important bullet because this is the driver of the increase in unfunded liability and the decrease in the funded status of the plan. And it's also important to note that these decisions are made for the long-term viability and sustainability of the plan. So we get to the plan funded status. I referenced it. The funded ratio went down from 76.2% to 72.8%. Our unfunded liability increased from 230 to 292 million at June 30 from the June 30, 2018 numbers. And the changes are a direct result of the modifications of the actuarial assumptions for the plan. So it's important to note that the reasons why in terms of the drivers. And then our investment return for the fiscal year was 6.21%, which was not bad when you look at the benchmark return. So looking at our contribution rate history, going back to fiscal year 13, you can see employees were paying upwards of 14% of their pay towards contributions. And then we really began, the board and through mayor and council took action on the funding policy and the adoption of the tiers. And we've really, we were able to reduce that employee contribution rate from down to 6.75, and it's held steady for the last 6 fiscal years. And so the number at the bottom of the screen represents what we're seeing and asking mayor and council to consider moving from 6.75 to 7 in the tier 1 and then 5.25 to 5.5 in the tier 2. And there is no change in the employer rate where the board is recommending mayor and council adoption of the 27.5% in adherence to the contribution policy.
So what is the thought behind, from the board members, behind the numbers as presented in front of us? What's in front of us today? The contribution to be fully taken by the employee versus a shared contribution to adjust to the funded ratio. What was the conversation behind and the thoughts behind that?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't fully understand the question.
So right now what you have in front of us is that the employee rate is going to go up.
Yeah, Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so you are proposing that. And the city's employer rate will remain the same. What were the conversations had by the board to show up today with this recommendation to mayor and council? What are the reasons behind that?
Mayor, council members, the board acted on the recommendation of the actuary, and the actuary recommended increasing the rates based on our experience. And I want to make sure that the city's contribution, also the required contribution, also went up, but because we were committed to funding at 27.5, there's not necessarily an impact to the city. It's just the amount that is being contributed in excess of the required contribution is smaller. So the city is seeing an impact as well. But the board acted on the actuary's recommendations, again, in full support of the plan's viability long-term and the sustainability and wanting to achieve 100% funded status as soon as possible, and as projected right now, that's 2034. And I want to pause there because I'm not sure that fully answers your question, so
I don't think it fully answers my question. So Joyce is actually on the board. Maybe Joyce, you can, Joyce, maybe you can add because you sit on that board. Maybe you can answer the conversation.
If I understand your question, the question is the employee rate. And what did the board discuss about the employee taking on an additional? So the clarification, am I getting close to what the question?
Yes.
Okay.
The question is why
so
are we?
If I
looking
remember
at
correctly, and I was trying to get from Art, is there's a composition that's made up of what Tier 1 pays and what Tier 2 pays. So part of that, and that's what I was trying to see if I had that in front of me, and maybe Mr. Rankin also remembers, there's a piece that they pay of the normal cost of the plan and a piece that they pay of the unfunded liability. Does that ring a bell?
So, Mayor, the percentage that they pay is half of the normal cost. And in prior years, that was 40% of the actuarially determined contribution. So the employees are being asked to pay half of the normal cost, and with the assumption changes, that cost increased, and so to cover that portion is hence the increase of the 25 basis points. Now the board was very diligent in their review and understood when they made the changes in when they adopted the actuarial changes from the actuary's recommendations, that it would have an impact on employees. But they felt comfortable because of the fact that we've been able to maintain rates at the same rate for the last 6 fiscal years.
So can you explain the portion of how is the city of Tucson picking up some of that additional cost? Because in front of us, we have 1.25 increase for Tier 1 employees and 0.25 increase for Tier 2 employees, and it does not show any increase for the city of Tucson contribution.
So, Mayor, members of the council, and I'm sure Art and/or Joyce will correct me as soon as I get wrong here. But part of what Art's explaining is that employer contribution, the city contribution of the 27.5, is already at a level that's above what our minimum annual contribution would be. Because we, as part of the mayor and council's policy, as recommended by the board, said let's not dip below that 27.5% level until we're up to 100% funding. right? So we're already paying as the city, contributing as the employer, a higher percentage than what would annually be required because we're trying to make up that ground and get to the 100%. So when you get to the issue of, so why are the employees having to shoulder the burden of any increase here? The Tier 1 variable employees and the Tier 2 variable employees, this is subject to an annual determination setting their rate. And because the mayor and council established that rounding policy and that we're not going to dip below 27.5 on the employer side, it's allowed you to keep that variable rate shouldered by the employees at a considerably lower level than what they were experiencing back just 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And so, but now based on the change in the actuarial assumptions, there is a need in order to keep making forward progress to get to 100% liability that now the employee share has to come up a little bit. At least that's what the recommendation is.
And the City of Tucson employer rate remains at 27.5.
Correct. So Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I think the illustration here is in the current fiscal year ending in June 2020, the city's required contribution is 22%, and we're contributing at 27.5%. So that number that is going to pay down the unfunded liability is larger. With the actuarial assumption changes, that number moved to 24.7%. So the excess that we're contributing is still going to pay down the unfunded liability. It's just less than in the year before. Does that help clarify?
That does. That's a clarifier. Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have a question?
A few things on this item, and so first of all, when we voted on the 27.5 commitment over 30 years in 2013, you'll recall that I voted against it, and the reason I voted against it was because I didn't trust the 7.5% assumed growth. And sure enough, here we are 5 years later saying 7%, even though last year we assumed 6.21. Now, in looking at some of the market analysis and talking to some of the financial people, despite the, despite the kind of the mini viral, the virus correction that we're going through right now, based on like the top 40 Forbes companies and the blue chippers that our fund is invested in, their debt equity ratios are high enough that we're probably not, we're pretty bond-proof. I mean, we're bond-proof right now. So I'm good with that. But there are a few things that I really think would be important for the public to know. One is delineated between Tier 1 and Tier 2, their unfunded liability. I think it's important to point out that I'm pretty sure both Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees are probably fully funded. And our legacy ones aren't as funded, but it isn't as bad as it seems because they only represent 1/3 of our employees, and every year they're the ones that are leaving the system faster. So when we're factoring in our actuarials, I don't think we're factoring in that their rate of leaving us is faster, and that when we replace them, they're going to be in a different tier. So I think there's one piece. The other piece I think that we need to look at, which is really, that I know what didn't go in consideration, is we just fought for 15 for city employees. And well, thanks to the mayor, we won that fight. So a lot of our new entry-level employees will be making higher contributions at the bottom. And so that should go into how we calculate. And so I think this kind of the math will kind of correct itself, especially at the 7.5. I'm actually okay doing the 0.25% per employee this year, understanding that for even our lowest paid employees, we're talking, what is it going to be, about $1.63 a paycheck? So I'm okay with that, but I don't really want to make that a habit, and I want to try to, whenever we decrease take-home pay, that's a big discussion. And so as we were going to have the self-insurance discussion today, as those two kind of waddle through together, we should see that take-home pay go up. So this will correct that 1 year, but Art, I think we're going to get some of this back and I'm hoping your actuarial guys look into the idea that our bottom tier payer, our bottom paid people took a much higher build-up than our highest paid people. So that's going to help us out a little bit in paying into the system on the front end. And then the other thing I really want to look at is, don't forget that 7 and 8%, that 7 to 7.25, 6.5, I use 5% in my personal investing to the public out there, which I think you should do. That's very cautious, by the way. But if you did, say we did 8, I mean, we can just arbitrarily move it from 7.25 to 7. Okay, let's move it to 8. We would be 100% funded. So these discussions are pretty good, and the fact that we're putting in almost 28% a year, no matter what, manager. You know, if we have to go to 28 for a year or two over the next 3 years, if we come back and we're still not making that, getting over this camel hump, then we'll look at that and not putting it on the employees. But for this year, I think that you're coming early and we kind of know what's what. I appreciate the information, but I want us to think kind of strategically long term on how we manage the fund in the coming years.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Clarification on a number of employees. Are the rest of the employees public safety? We have about 4,500 folks in our system, and this only counts for like 2,500.
Councilmember Fimbres, you're correct. We actually have the public safety pension, that's police and fire, and then we also have an elected and official.
Yeah, are we seeing different challenges to those retirement funds too?
Absolutely.
And
unfunded liabilities are very high.
Okay, so how financially will this impact us with the city regular employees right now?
Councilmember Fimbres, so for the city itself, as far as the employer portion, we're not going to see a large increase from what we paid last year, which was about $40 million in the budget. So that's going to be depending on any wage increases that occur. So we haven't talked about what the recommended budget is, but that could increase the employer portion. Now, the public safety, I think we discussed that a little bit at the retreat. There is an increase to that cost to the employer.
So we're going to see that through the public safety system. Okay. And the elected officials? You see. Huh? I know.
A small increase, yes.
What concerns me is that we're having this conversation in a silo as opposed to talking about how is our budget looking like, and are there going to be any cost of living increases for city employees, and then what is it going to take us this year from the budget to get up to the $15 minimum wage for city employees. And so for me, I feel uncomfortable looking at the potential increase of a pension rate hike for city employees without knowing the complete story and how it's going to hit our city employees. So that's my one concern before I move forward with talking about increases to the pension system to our individual city employees without taking a look at the entire budget and how what are the plans this year for their pay, and how this particular increase will affect their take-home.
Mayor, members of the council, a couple things. One, we're not really asking for any decision today on this. We're just giving you the background, a little more info. We'll bring this back to you for consideration at the next meeting. But keep in mind that this is part of.
Before you move on, you're presenting this information that could potentially hit the pocketbooks of our employees, but are you going to be ready on the 17th to present to Mayor and Council the budget, and based on retreat feedback from Mayor and Council, the previous commitments made budgetarily from Mayor and Council, including the minimum $15 an hour wage increase and how that hits the budget, we might not be ready on the 17th to say, yeah, move ahead with this particular rate hike for city employees. I don't know about my colleagues, but I would like to see the budget in its entirety before we start making choices as to how much we're charging city employees extra, because this is going to hit their pocketbooks. And so will you be ready, Mr. City Manager, to present to us our budget and how it looks like and what the revenues and expenditures and how this particular hit is going to hit the individual city employee?
Madam Mayor, under item 9 today, we'll talk more about that, those various issues that you just outlined. My expectation is that you'll have a clearer picture on the 17th. Ultimately, my recommended budget is the 21st of April. So that's when you're going to get the final picture. As you know, and we've done in the past, we'll have ongoing conversation about what that looks like to inform what the crafting of that budget looks like. This is not intended to be a silo conversation. It's really intended to give you background, because next meeting, we're going to get in a lot more detail about the budget, including the other needs and all the other things that you just outlined. So that's my intent. But I don't want to mislead you in thinking it'll all be buttoned up, because it's not. It won't be. There's still a lot of discussion with the council needs to occur in order for the recommended budget to be crafted and presented.
And I understand. That's why I feel uncomfortable having this particular I feel it is siloed conversation without taking a look at the entirety of the budget, and then together us moving towards what are the decisions that we have to make, right? Depending on the revenue that's coming in and the expenditure that we want to make based on mayor and council retreat, how are we going to make these decisions with the entire picture in front of us? I don't think we're going to be ready to give you direction on this particular recommendation on the 17th without taking a look at the entirety of the budget. And how is it that the self-insurance fund and the contributions that we want to make to that, how is that going to affect the expenditures? How is the $15 minimum wage increase for employees going to affect the budget? How is all of the expenditures based on the priorities made by mayor and council at the retreat going to affect the budget? That way we see the entirety of the budget and we can make these calls after we take a look at that. Will you be ready on the 17th? I guess my question is, will you be ready on the 17th to disclose the entire budget to mayor and council?
We will disclose everything that you just outlined. I'm not sure. Again, my hesitation, Mayor, is, item 9 is the conversation around the retreat and making sure that I captured all of those pieces. It's my intent to have a very robust conversation with you on the 17th about all aspects of what you just outlined, because I think that will help to inform. Again, doesn't have to be a decision, but helps to inform how the overall budget is crafted, so that you're not forced to make a decision right then. It's really in the context of the overall budget, both on the revenures and the expenditure side.
Right,
I'm not trying to be evasive.
No,
I'm just kind of
I know
walking
you're
you
not,
through-
and I'm not trying to
walking you
be
through that.
difficult. I'm just trying to just put it out on the table that I would much rather see before I know what you're presenting to us. It makes sense, but it doesn't make absolute sense to me to have this conversation before we have the budget presentation in front of us. Once we have that budget in front of us and we know how our revenues and expenditures are lining up based on our priorities, then we can add this particular piece of the puzzle into it, so that we all, as colleagues on the council, can say, okay, this is the give, this is the take, these are the priorities, and this is where we're spending the money. Right now, I don't know if we're even talking about the possibility of a cost of living adjustment to city employees. And so without knowing that particular piece of information, I can't say this particular recommendation that you're doing is something that's fair or not.
Your Honor.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I think the mayor does make a good point, and that is that if we're going to increase the employee contribution to a retirement in the same year that we're going to skip, let's say we skip a COLA this year. I'm not saying we are. I think we had some wage increases built in, or we've been planning for them strategically, but we want them again. I'd love to have the opportunity that take-home, again, our ultimate goal is take-home pay not to go down, and for most of the time it to go up. And so if that's built into this structure, I'm fine with that, but we've got to just know both. That's the bottom line.
All righty. I don't know if you want to continue your presentation.
Mayor, council members, I have one last slide, and that really talks through the future projection of TSRS. And at present, we're expecting full funding in 2034. So where you see the dip in the red line in 2013, the contribution, the funding, contribution and funding rounding policy, you can see where it's really made strides to get us to a steady increase in the funded status of the plan and reducing that unfunded liability. That was my last slide, and the last slide is really questions.
Any additional questions? Councilmember
Back it up
Kozaczek.
one, because in the context of everything that we just heard, that don't lose focus. That's our goal, to get it fully funded as quickly as possible. That's why we locked into 27.5%. And I understand all the other dynamics about the budget, but that's the finish line. And we have 6 years ago had employees at double what their contribution rate is now. That's why we went to the tiered system. We're at 6.5%, 7, 6.75%, 7% versus 13.5%. So keep that focus as well, because that's the frame that really is the game changer for us.
Any additional questions? All righty. Thank you. All righty. Time to move to item 5. Staff has an update on water rate review process and a presentation on the proposed fiscal year 2020-21 through 2025 water rates and fees. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is again the ongoing conversation around Tucson Water's financial plan. This is the overview of what is recommended in terms of the water rate schedule with some options. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tomier, our Water Department Director.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for having me here today to essentially initiate the public conversation around rates and charges for the water utility. We do have a brief presentation that I'll go through, but I'll just preface it with saying that the goals for today are to present the financial needs of the utility, and that is couched within some financial plan goals that we have. Quickly remind council about some of the assistance programs that we have for low income and for hardship cases. Talk briefly about our conservation programming, and then focusing on one of the key outcomes we have, which is our debt reduction, which is sort of the eye on the ball conversation when it comes to the water utility. We'll talk about the proposed revenue requirements that are being brought to you as a notice of intent this evening. I'll show you a graph of what those proposed revenue requirements look like in a historical context. They will be the lowest in over a decade. And we are bringing forward a 4-year rate request, which is recommended to you by staff and by the Citizens Water Advisory Committee. This is the start of the process. If you move forward to tonight with the notice of intent, that does not decide the rates. That simply sets the ceiling for what rates could be. And coming back in May is when we would look at an actual adoption of a new rate plan. with that, there we go. It came to life. Thank you. So in following your policy direction, which we talked about in December, we have a number of things that Mayor and Council has put forth as priorities and policies, both specific and general. Of course, from a financial standpoint, having adequate debt service coverage, adequate cash in the bank, and having rates and charges that are reasonable are direction that we adhere to in our financial planning. From a water quality standpoint, it's not just enough to serve safe water. That means just meeting regulatory requirements. We are proactive and we go beyond regulations. When there's a health advisory or an emerging issue, your expectation is that we're ahead of that. From a water supply standpoint, the use of renewable water resources is preferred, and we have a water service area policy that governs where we will and will not extend water service, and then we store our renewable water supplies for the future. Under conservation, it's to reduce the demand and be a leader in the industry and such. All of those are accomplished while keeping a strong eye on affordability. We have a robust low-income program. We have efficient operations, and they're getting even more efficient every day. And we do maintain low rates relative to our peers while providing exceptional service. We have expectations around communication with our customers and within the community. We have expectations around customer service that is timely, accurate, and responsive, that customers of the city, customers of Tucson Water, receive excellent customer service. We do have aging infrastructure. We have almost $2 billion worth of assets in the ground. Those are all aging, and our goal is to have reliable service and maintain that. And that we have a city focus, that water is a part of the quality of life in Tucson, that water is a tool to drive city goals like annexation, and that water is a team player in the form of cross-departmental efficiencies. So what does our financial plan provide for us? As proposed, the financial plan is intended to balance citywide financial needs. We don't view ourselves in a silo, and to the extent that we have conversations about citywide or customer-wide impacts, we try to support that. In order to achieve that, we are proposing an adoption of a 4-year rate adjustment that, as proposed, will meet our anticipated utility O&M needs. I will mention that even though we are not presenting a budget yet, the requested budget from Tucson Water will be a level budget from the previous year. We will maintain a CIP budget to meet our investment target of about $70 million per year. We will maintain and, in many cases, improve our compliance with key financial metrics while decreasing the annual revenue requests, and we'll show a chart on that in a bit. And even though we have cost pressures, our debt service is going up, our cost of CAP water is going up, personnel costs are going up. Through our operational efficiencies, we've been able to offset that to a large degree, with also the goal of reducing our reliance on debt financing, peaking the cost of our debt service, which is our annual interest and principal payments, and bring the utility to a point where it could be as a pay-as-you-go operation by fiscal year 24. Even though we're asking for a 4-year rate adjustment, we will have annual financial monitoring and reporting back to this council about how well we're tracking on that. Just a couple slides about some specific programs. The Tucson Water Cares program, which is our customer assistance relief and emergency special hardship program, is budgeted at about $1.5 million for the next year in our budget request that's forthcoming, and increasing as necessary in order to provide things like payment extensions. Customers can automatically grant themselves a payment extension. We allow customers to go on to payment plans. We provide courtesy adjustments if there's an unexplained high bill, but they're able to, like say they have a pipe break or a leaky toilet, and they correct that and their water usage returns to normal. We have a courtesy adjustment for that. We have a number of rebates, incentives, and replacement programs. We have a low-income assistance program. Within that program, we're looking at aligning our income guidelines with other low-income programs by the city and, to the extent we can, with the county, so that customers who could benefit from these programs have an easier route to approval and more consistency across the programs. We are adding in an emergency special hardship proposal within the CARES program because we do have a program for folks that have a low income or an affordability issue, but we don't yet, until we enact CARES, have a program for people who have a one-time emergency, a hospital stay or a car accident that interrupts their paycheck for a short time. Right now we can allow them to get a payment extension or a payment plan, but we would be proposing to be able to offer them some relief, some assistance so that they can get back into their ability to afford their water service. And then a safety net where we can actually, within all of our rules and guidance, work directly with customers to explore what the core issue is with affordability or their ability to pay, and what can we bring to the table to make that an affordability for each of our customers. The Water Conservation Program, which is an independently managed fund within the city, is really a fee that's not proposed to change over the 4 years. So it'll provide $3.7 million a year of funding. And we're developing a 10-year action plan that we're working with council and the public to develop in order to even hone in even more strongly on what works for our community. We have continuing programs of our rebates. We have rainwater harvesting grant and loan programs. We're working with community partners like SERI, like CHIRPA, Community Home Repair Projects of Arizona, in order to go even inside the home to provide assistance in ways that, as a utility, we'd never done in the past. Continuing our robust education and outreach program, where everybody knows that children who grew up in Tucson, one of the core things they learn in addition to reading, writing, and arithmetic is how to be conservative with their water. We address one-on-one issues as they come up. We have a neighborhood scale stormwater harvesting program, which will be augmented by the green stormwater recently adopted. We adopted a community, or we're proposing, we did a pilot for a community garden rate to encourage urban agriculture. Of course, we have our water waste enforcement, and then we have our Tucson audit program, which is where we work with large water users, commercial industries, where a typical rebate program, fill out a form, is not the best approach. How can we get some really big water savings by working together on investments? All of that is proposed to continue under our financial plan and expand as necessary under the 10-year action plan. Thank you, Mike. That's what the boss is for. Keep me on my slides. So the big reveal, this is a slide we've been showing to you for the past 4 years. If you look to the left-hand side of the slide, which is bending down the debt curve, you'll see that we're still in the what I'm hopeful is the ending stages of a continuously increasing annual debt service. That has been driven by the amount of debt that we borrow each year, and it is offset by the amount of our capital program that we pay out of ongoing revenues. We've known that that debt service continued to increase even when our total water sales were decreasing. So it was a challenge from the city manager to not only bend that debt curve down, but get to the point where the utility could operate on a pay-as-you-go basis. As shown on the chart, we expect that by FY23, if these revenue requests are adopted, we will peak that debt service at just right around $60 million a year, and then it would decline from there. It would steadily decline to the point where in 24 we'd be at pay-as-you-go as an option, and we would no longer be proposing annual debt issuances. We would only propose debt issuances for specific projects or programs or to meet other management prerogatives. In fact, if we adopt the 4 years as proposed, by 2026 the pressure on rates will have dropped by about $10 million a year. So even though these 4 years are the lowest 4 years of a revenue request in over a decade, the future is even better if we adopt them as proposed, because we can get to the point where the pressure on rates is significantly reduced. This is my second favorite chart. As exciting as debt is, this is those annual revenue requests, and the orange line starting from the left-hand side starting in 2010 represents what the annual revenue requests were, or AKA rate increases were, for Tucson Water customers. They were double digits in 2010, dropped to 9.7, and then there was a period of time where every year was in the 8% range, and then we dropped into the 7% range And every time we've been bringing you a financial plan, the goal is to be bringing those revenue requests down even further. The last 2 points on the orange line, the 6.8% and the 6.5%, are the actual revenue increases from the past 2 years, including the year we're in. And the next 3 on the green line were what we were projecting 2 years ago these next 3 years would look like. Well, Mike does not allow us to rest on our laurels, is continuously challenging the way we do business. And how do we break that an even smaller request through operational efficiency? So the blue line represents our proposed 5-year financial plan, which is even lower than what was proposed previously, with a 5.5% revenue request, followed by a 4.5%, and then 4.0% revenue requests in the following years. We have a 5-year financial plan, but the request is only for the first 4 years there. This next slide goes into a fair amount of detail. I'm just going to hit some highlights. This is all in your materials. How a 5.5% revenue request translates onto an actual bill varies by the customer class and varies by the water usage of each customer. Because we have a tiered rate structure, we have different, for irrigation rates, we have different commercial rates, different industrial rates, and we have our reclaimed water rates. So the highlights from this plan are, with 4-year rate adoption, and we'll focus on FY21 at first, when we say a 5.5% revenue request, that doesn't mean that every customer's bill goes up by exactly 5.5 because of the tiered rates and other complexities. So the upper right corner shows what would be the class average for all the different rate users. So a residential customer would actually see about a 5.4 on average, as would multifamily. Commercial would be at the 5.5, industrial at 5.4. And then we have 2 classes that are actually higher, construction water and fire sprinkler service. Those are higher because those customer classes, the revenues from them do not cover their cost of service, and we're a cost of service utility. So other rate classes actually pay a little bit more so that they can pay a little bit less. But having the 9.4%, while not being double-digit rate increases, does start to close the gap on those 2 customer classes closer to the revenues that they should be generating for their cost. Also, as proposed, the reclaim rate would go up at the 5.5% as the overall revenue requirement. When we look at the lower left box, that's talking about the monthly service charge. Both the potable and the reclaim system have a monthly fee that's paid regardless of the amount of water used. And that, certainly on the potable side especially, is a balance between revenue stability and sending a strong conservation signal and affordability. So it's true that the monthly service charge is paid by all customers, regardless of income level and regardless of water use. So how do we strike that right balance? The goal from 2 years ago, from a deep dive into our finances, was to bring the fixed revenues up to 30% of our total revenue. Fixed costs are over 80% of our operation. But if we priced our water at 80% fixed revenue, everybody would be paying roughly the same, and we would not have a strong conservation signal. However, being below 30%, which we are today, puts the revenue of the utility at risk and puts a higher risk on the city from an upset in our revenue stream, regardless of how that might come about. So the goal from 2 years ago was to gradually bring that up to a 30% level, as shown in kind of the highlighted box there. That does mean the base fee does go up year by year. And again, it's that balance between revenue stability and strong conservation signal. From an affordability standpoint, this is one of the charges that qualifies. If a low-income customer qualifies, currently they get 50% off of that rate, and they get 50% off their volumetric rate. Under the proposed CARES program, we would actually have 3 tiers of assistance from 25%, 50%, or 75%, but it does also apply to the base fee. Yeah. In the lower right is kind of from the water component of a utility service statement, what the impact is to your average customer. Again, every customer uses a little bit different level of water, so these dollar amounts differ slightly based on how much water a typical customer uses. But for an 8 CCF customer, 100 cubic feet, which is about 6,000 gallons, which is our average customer, the cost increase from FY20 to 21 would be $2.50 a month, and it's in that $2.50 a month level for all 4 years of the plan. With that, I'm asking that we have discussion, and then tonight would be the agenda numbered item to talk about the notice of intent. What the notice of intent would do is it starts the clock on the regulatory timeframes, and it starts the process of the public interaction. Even though we've already had an ongoing interaction with Citizens Water Advisory Committee, this is where we go out and we host our town halls, we do our social media, and we have an engagement with customers about why the revenue requests are being presented, what they get for it, and take their input. There are 4 town halls already scheduled for March to have discussions at physical locations and also online, with the ultimate goal of May 5th, the mayor and council would actually host a public hearing on the rates and then adopt the rates as decided or not by council at that point. This is all under regulatory timeframes to bring the new rates into effect at the beginning of the fiscal year in the first Monday of July in this calendar year. With that, if there's any questions.
Thank you. Let me just start my conversation kind of where I left off in the previous discussion that we talked about not being able to move forward, in my personal opinion, with your presentation. Even though, Tim, it's a wonderful presentation, you always have them. You're put together and very knowledgeable, and I appreciate all of the work that you and your staff do to make our water clean and to have the best customer service to our customers within the city of Tucson. So I appreciate all the work that you do. Saying that, you know, this year what I'm looking at, and maybe it's giving me a little bit of a heartache, not taking a look at the entirety of the budget, not having it in front of us when we're having these discussions about fee increases. So what I see in front of us is that mayor and council is being asked to take a look at the possibility of environmental service fee increases at a later conversation, at a later point in time, water fee increases, the possibility of having in front of us parks fee increases. We're talking about impact fee increases. We just approved, which is something that we did and is a very good thing that we did, the green stormwater infrastructure fee increase. And so I see the entirety of what we have in front of us as a lot for working families. So the fee increases that we have in front of us is not outside the context of what we're going to put on the table of working families to pay. And so I want to tread very lightly when it comes to the departments coming to us and saying we need a fee increase without us, mayor and council, and the community looking at the entirety of the budget and how it looks and what the health of that budget is looking like. I guess my question for the city manager is, what are the urgencies in front of us for mayor and council to consider in terms of the departments and their needs? So parks fee increases, environmental service fee increases, water rate increases. What are the priorities in terms of the fee increases? What are the departments that are in most need, I would say, for us to consider what the needs are, right? Some departments need it more than others. I guess that's what I'm asking you. What's your perspective, Mr. City Manager, in terms of the needs of the departments?
Mayor, thank you. I think it's again, a more robust conversation we'll have as a part of the budget, but I think as you aptly noted, we are looking at a variety of areas. And so I'll get to your question here in a second. So when we had conversations around the ES fees, particularly the impact of recycling and all of the conversations around that, we've taken back your thoughts on that, and we're formulating what that might translate into going forward with that program. I can tell you that some way, shape, or form, the ES rates will have to be addressed, either in terms of reducing costs, the cost structure, or on the revenue side. I mean, there's just no way for us to continue down the path we are, simply because of the capital needs and so forth. I think that you haven't seen ES, you've seen water often because of the complexity of that system. I think with the 1,4-dioxane and all the historic stuff that we've dealt with, when you couple that with the PFAS and some of the things that we're dealing with now, it ranks up there pretty high in terms of priority. I understand your concern with regard to how this all works on the residents, and I think that's of concern to me as well. I've mentioned that to you in my briefings. With regard to parks fees, I think those are cost recovery conversations that we are ready to have. I think we've done our cost of service modeling for building permits as well as impact fees. You know, we're going through those discussions. You know, I would say those rank on the lower tier, if you will, of operations, but they have a different constituency group. They have a different focus, if you will, in terms of cost recovery for some of the things that we're doing in parks, et cetera. So the two that I would put up there as needing to be discussed simultaneously, if you will, would be water and ES. As I believe Mr. De La Torre mentioned at the last meeting, the thought is that we would bring those ES fees later in the summer, early fall, is what the conversation is at that point. Gives us opportunity to explore some of the recycling, some of the issues that you'd mentioned, as well as the model that ESAC has already worked on once, and we'll be looking at tweaking that down the road.
I agree with you that we should be looking at environmental services and water rates at the same time, because we receive that bill every month, right? So that bill, those two conversations that we should be having at once, which is the water rates and the environmental service fees, we see it and their impact of rate increases every month. And so, again, I don't think we should be making decisions on water without having a much more comprehensive discussion on the environmental service charges and rates, because those two particular departments, we see that impact monthly. And we should know how the decisions that we make for one department, Tucson Water, is going to affect the monthly bill that every family receives within the service within the city of Tucson. So I would say I agree with you, Mr. City Manager, that we should be having this discussion on water rates at the same time that we're considering the environmental service fee rates. But right now, the unfortunate part about it is that we don't have a comprehensive presentation from environmental services in front of us like we do with water. And so I just want to make sure that we're not presenting a half picture to both mayor and council or to the residents that are impacted every month by our bill. With that, I'd like to open up to my colleagues for continued discussion. Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Duran.
So a couple things when we're talking about this financial plan. I understand how we want to get to the roll of pay go. I think from a long-term standpoint, that's That, again, it's just like the retirement discussion we just had. You know, some of us have been on this dais for a number of years, and we really did the work to put long-term planning in place so that we'd get out of some of the holes that were dug over the years. There were a lot of choices that made that. I'm sure that the council members who made them, the present ones included, the former council members, looking at you, Fred, I'm sure they tried to make the best decision at the time. But as it's shown, we've had to make some of those tough decisions. That being said, I agree with the mayor, with the groundwater, with the green infrastructure fee we just did, with the idea we've been tossing around an idea to have some cost recovery through ES for some of the residential roads, and a modest fee put it on there, plus what we're going to have to do with ES fees, plus water fees. All of a sudden, it kind of piles up. We've really got to make sure that the combined bill, there's a minimized increase in that combined bill. The other thing is in the interest of transparency, I'm kind of envisioning this thing going down as something at least people will have a little easier time remembering. I am really proud that we're now presenting the lowest water rates in the last 10 years. I also think that our progressive water rate and the fact that we do those modest increases each year helps us with our conservation discussion. Every year, for the past 5 years, I put out a newsletter saying, hey, look, if you go down about a half CCF, your bill will probably stay close to the same. And I want to be able to say that again. So we may need to tweak this a little bit. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this 5.5% the first year, Tim. We might need something that's a little easier for people to remember and understand. If you want to do it over 4 years, you know, like a 4 for 4 off the top of my head or something like that, maybe that might be a little more palpable and a little easier to explain to the public. We've really got to figure out what the ES costs are going to be first. So I'm comfortable talking about it. I'm not comfortable at all telling you that I'm going to vote for a 5.5% increase this year.
Councilmember Durham.
I support the smoothing approach as it will help distribute the impacts more fairly. I also agree that, appreciate that staff has realigned the low-income assistance program such that any future increases to the base rate will be offset for low-income customers. Today, we merely need to agree to the notice of intent and what the highest percentage may be. I support the increase as presented by staff. I believe that as a public utility, we owe it to our customers to meet industry standards and have 30% of required revenues covered through the base rate. The rates as proposed will ensure our ability to deliver safe, clean, and reliable water.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Kozaczek.
I want to throw a proposal in that is a no-cost proposal, but staff needs direction, and Tim made a brief mention of it. Right now, we give a community garden water rate for nonprofits. I know we can't offer a similar rate for a for-profit group, but some of the for-profit community gardens groups have been coming in and asking if we could help with financing for irrigation-only meters. Not a cost to the department, not a cost to the community or ratepayers, but it's something that we need to give policy direction to staff if we are interested in going down that road. And I think that would help to incentivize urban farming, and even at the for-profit level, but there are some considerations that we could ask staff to come back, not considerations, but some criteria that we could ask staff to come back. So if the council would join me in offering that as a motion to give staff direction to bring back to us a proposal for financing irrigation-only meters on for-profit urban farms. I'd make that in form of a motion.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second, and this, Tim, is something that we have talked about previously at this table, so I don't think this is a surprise for you. Is this something that is doable?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we would have to just verify all of the legalities of it, but it does appear to be something that's doable from our previous investigations into it.
And this wouldn't affect the actual rate charged to urban farms, for-profit farms?
Yeah, what I'm asking for is simply that we participate in the financing of the installation of irrigation-only meters. That's all.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So there is a motion to proceed with the installation of, what is it?
Financing of.
Irrigation-only meters. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Any additional questions on the presentation?
Yeah, a couple of comments. First of all, Paul Durham is correct. All we're being asked to do today is to initiate the process of a notice of intent and setting a maximum, setting a cap. And that cap would be the 5.5 that staff has recommended. That we do tonight, not now, though. Is that correct? Okay. I also agree with Durham that with the emerging PFAS issues, we need to stick with this finance plan. I also agree with Cunningham and Rahina that this is all a part of a bigger conversation too, though. But when Mike Ortega said that this utility is up there in priority, I don't think there's a higher priority for this council to keep our eye on the ball with, and that is to make sure that we have a public utility that's providing clean and reliable water supply. Cap costs are going up, power costs are going up, the capital construction costs are going up, and so I think that the CWAC recommendation, the staff recommendation, is a responsible direction for us to go. And we ought to keep that in the whole PFAS, which is coming on the next item, vulnerability in mind as we're looking at environmental services and parks and all the rest of them. But as important as all the rest of those are, I don't think any of them raise to the level of importance as making sure that that this governing body is putting together a capital plan for this utility that ensures the long-term stability and safety of our water supply.
So I agree. I mean, there is nothing more important for the survival of an individual and a city than water. And so that's why I take this responsibility in setting rates so seriously, because every person needs water to survive. And so how we present the bill every month to our residents is by, it has wastewater, it has water, it has trash collection, it has recycling. Now we've included a green stormwater utility in there. So that's why I think it's very important that we take it slowly and see how that bill is going to be impacted by both the needs from water and environmental services. I guess my question to you, Tim, is the timeline that you have in front of us, including starting with tonight, the notice of intent, is that a timeline that you have come up with so that we get to a place so when the new fiscal year starts, we have everything set in motion? Have you created some sort of cushion time between that timing so that we can continue considering this this conversation? What is it that you have in front of us?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the timeline of tonight is driven by having the rates legally go into effect the first Monday in July. If it is not a notice of intent tonight, then the rates would not be able to go into effect until there's a 60-day period between the notice of intent and the public hearing, and there's a 30-day minimum window between the hearing and when the rates can go into effect. So all of that is centered on trying to get to early July. If we delay the notice of intent, then the rates themselves would be delayed in going into effect.
And I guess this question is for the city manager, would we be able to have this conversation about what the needs of Tucson Water are versus the needs of the Environmental Services Department are in tandem, so that we know what we're putting in front every month, what we're putting in front of the residents when it comes to rate increases?
Mayor, members of the council, so my suggestion and recommendation is that you proceed with the notice of intent today, which gives us until May 5th for the public hearing. And in parallel to that, we'll bring back the robust conversation about ES rates prior to that, so that you'll have a full picture before you're asked to actually make a call on that, so that we can do that in the April timeframe, which gives us plenty of opportunity then to tweak and then have whatever conversations you would like to have. But I see that very doable.
Okay, because I just don't feel comfortable making the decision for one without having what's going to be presented to the residents of Tucson on the ES side. So, Vice Mayor.
Well, and I actually kind of want to go a little farther than that, unfortunately, and I just kind of want to put it out there now. I'm really, knowing what we're going to do with ES anyway, we're going to do something. So we can't build that 5.5 in this year. It's got to come down a little bit. I mean, I can already see that kind of coming. So that's where I'm saying, all right, well, we'll pass the intent, but I need to put you on notice that you come back at 5.5, I'm not going to vote for it. So I don't want to send you a mixed message as the water director and say, oh, hey, yeah, go ahead and run your town halls at the 5.5%, and that I'm giving you my rubber stamp. I'm not. I don't know if I'm there yet. I think there's some opportunity. I actually think, like, if my mind's working ahead 2 or 3 steps, I think there's some opportunity to put together a package that's actually a lot more palpable for the public and easy for them to follow, so they'll know what it is. I mean, we could even theme it. There's a lot of 4s in there. So, so I'm just kind of thinking of it that way. So that's kind of where I want to go. I'm happy to do the notice of intent, and I know that we can vote for a lower rate later, but I want to tell you now kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay. Councilmember
Yeah,
Calle.
I have one question. Tim, could you explain what the system equity fee does?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the system equity fee is a fee that new development pays in order to buy into the system, if you will. They're usually connecting to some pipelines and infrastructure that is already in place to serve the community. And new development almost always pays their own costs in order to connect to the system, but we also charge the system equity fee for our ability to serve them. All the existing previous investments are recuperated through that system equity fee.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. I think we're ready to move on. We're done with this particular presentation, but you stay there, Tim, because you will be giving us an update in the next agenda item. So if we're done with this, no additional questions, we still have the opportunity to have additional dialogue questions submitted to Tim and the city manager. So we're on to the next item 6. Staff has the quarterly update on the management of PFAS in the water system. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the quarterly update. Councilmember Fiembres has asked for this, and you all supported it, so we bring this back to you quarterly. Just an opportunity for Tim to really give you an idea of what's happening out there with regard to the water supply, and particularly the PFAS. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, this is actually the first of our quarterly updates. We met with you in December and did a very comprehensive presentation. I will spare you the full 45-minute version, but we were asked to come back quarterly with updates. So a lot of this is in your materials, so I'll go fairly quickly through it. The first key message is our primary objective is serving safe drinking water. When it comes to the per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, we do that here in Tucson by setting operational targets. As you're well aware, there's no maximum contaminant levels or any actual regulatory requirements around PFAS. There are health advisories from EPA for 2 of the many compounds, but we test for a total of 14 compounds, and we've set operational targets based on any guidance we can obtain from other states or other regulatory agencies. So these are non-binding, but we have an 18 part per trillion operational target for 4 PFAS compounds. The next nearest state has a limit of 20 for those compounds. We have upgraded in the last quarter, mostly in order to make sure that we're operating the TARP AOP facility very precisely from a safety standpoint for PFAS. So we've actually set individual targets for PFOA, PFOS, and PFHXS. And then we also have 2 other compounds that are not as toxic as those previous ones. We have a 420 part per trillion limit for PFBS and a 200,000 part per trillion for PFHXA. These are all also informed by the recent Science Day that was held for the product liability lawsuit that's ongoing that we're a party to. We've had 2 additional wells, bringing a total to 20 that we've taken offline because of detectable concentrations of PFAS. We recently conducted a full change out of the granular activated carbon at the TARP AOP to meet our targets. It's important to note that all of the water served by Tucson Water is safe, and with one exception has been below our operational targets. The one exception, as was communicated to council throughout that entire experience, was the Silverbell West isolated system, which is in northern Avra Valley. It's a system that has only 2 wells that serve it. It's not connected to the main system. And we were re-drilling one of the wells, so we were running off only 1 well in that area. We had some water quality come back that had a PFAS result of 47 parts per trillion. Important to note, that's below the EPA health advisory, but it is above what we consider to be our operational target. So we took immediate action. We delivered bottled water to the folks out there for a week until we could get until we could start hauling water from another location. We were hauling water for about 2 months in order to make sure that they had uninterrupted operation of safe water. And the other well that we just replaced came online on the 28th. So we are no longer hauling water. The water quality has been safe throughout and has been below the health advisory, but we took all actions necessary to make sure that those customers had the quality of water that we expect. Councilmember Fembers, there are 90 service connections out there. It's about 250 customers. In addition to delivering safe water, we're focused on containment and cleanup of the groundwater. We've presented on the fact that there's really 4 areas around Tucson where there's high levels of PFAS in the groundwater. That includes downgrading of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base and downgrading of the Arizona Air National Guard at Tucson International Airport. We're coordinating with ADEQ, and the state is providing technical assistance to us. We're coordinating with base personnel and their consultants at both installations. We've been working with our federal delegation, including our mayor, making a visit and advocating on our behalf for federal funding and federal action on PFAS in Tucson. And also met with the Air Force as well to talk to them directly. And we are moving forward with council direction to initiate the studies and design necessary to contain the PFAS compounds near Davis-Monthan and the Air National Guard, with the expectation that the agencies ultimately responsible for that would step up to the plate and eventually take that on. We have also met with the EPA and Air Force representatives to talk about our seeking of authorization for an alternative end use for the water treated at the TARP AOP. As you're aware, the only end use that's allowable right now is to deliver to the drinking water system. We have done that exceptionally well and safely for over 30 years. However, we are seeking the flexibility to make that not our only option, which will give us flexibility into the future. Activities under the product liability lawsuit continue. Actually, the Science Day was held in October, which was, we learned a lot, and of course the court learned a lot, and then they had their plaintiff questionnaires, and they received probably more than they bargained for with the amount of information on PFAS, especially in what we know in Tucson because of the sampling and monitoring we've done. Public outreach is continuous, and other actions, including Tucson Fire testing non-PFAS alternatives for firefighting. Pima County, I don't know the result of it today, but it was before the Board of Supervisors to have a text amendment to prohibit the discharge of AFFF compounds to the sewer system at the request of Mayor and Council, and this would be a very positive step. We have quarterly water quality updates to the Unified Community Advisory Board for the TARP AOP, and we detailed a number of other outreach events, including social media and radio and television. That is our update on PFAS, and since we will be coming back quarterly, I'm especially interested in any additional information I didn't present that you'd be interested in hearing more about.
Councilmember Durham and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Thanks, Tim, for the update. What's the status of state and federal legislation to fund PFAS cleanup at this time?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Durham, there are a number of activities underway at the federal level and some activity at the state level. The state level, my awareness of it is ADQ is really studying the issue, but also it's being presented in part of the budget discussions. It's too soon to tell what will happen on a state level, but I know it's an active discussion at the state level. At the federal level, in the current fiscal year, there's about $100 million available under the National Defense Appropriations Act. Our actions were helpful in getting that into it. And then there's some ability for base installations to work directly with communities, which is a new avenue to be able to get access to funding to work on things. So we're working with our federal representatives, including Representatives Grijalva, Kirkpatrick, and O'Halloran, and Senators Sinema and McSally, the EPA and the U.S. Air Force to prioritize Tucson for some of that funding. And again, Mayor Romero met with officials at the Pentagon in January in support of these requests. So thank you, Mayor, for your actions there. There's also additional $125 million potentially available under the PFAS Action Act. Again, Representative Grijalva had an amendment to that Action Act that would provide an extra $25 million for reimbursements of funds already expended. So we talk a fair amount about the future and the future expenditures, but we've been spending money already. And so getting reimbursement for past expenditures, if we can get our name on the list, would be good. And there was over $100 million in PFAS funding requests submitted in the FY21 budget. We submitted, the Tucson Water and City of Tucson submitted federal appropriation projects requests totaling over $100 million for PFAS containment and treatment in the Tucson Water Service Area to Representative Kirkpatrick on the House Appropriations Committee for the FY21 federal budget. And to quote Mayor Romero, if I may, Mayor Romero wrote, "It is essential that the U.S. Department of Defense, EPA, and Congress move expeditiously to stop the PFAS contamination in Tucson. Tucson faces a unique challenge in that we are a closed water basin, and we need to act urgently in order to prevent the spread of contaminants to the rest of our drinking water wells. Protecting the quality of our drinking water is our top priority. The citizens of our great city are depending on action." So the fact that that included language about a closed basin is one of the things that sets Tucson apart. We do not have rivers that flow out of our area and carry contaminants with them. What happens in Tucson stays in Tucson, and that includes PFAS. We are also a sole source aquifer as designated by the state of Arizona, so this is a direct threat to our drinking water supply. We've been managing it, we've been protecting public health, but we need some help in order to do that long term.
And I just wanted to include that the conversation that I and a contingency of representatives of the city of Tucson, that we delivered that message to Assistant Secretary Henderson of the U.S. Air Force very, very clearly. And so all of our delegation, Congressman Grijalva, Congressman O'Halloran, Congresswoman Kirkpatrick, along with Senator Sinema and Senator McSally, understand the importance of this issue for the city of Tucson. Tucson Water did a great job in submitting requests for appropriations for the remediation of PFAS. So we have taken every step necessary to not just keep our water clean right now, but get in line for additional federal funding for future remediation as necessary. So we're in a really safe and good place right now when it comes to this issue. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the status of the 3M litigation?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, it is still in the court review phase where they are reviewing the information provided at Science Day and those plaintiff questionnaire responses. So it's been really in that activity. And
Councilmember Fimbres, members of Mayor and Council, that's correct. And it's going to be a long process. The review of the plaintiff questionnaires is with an eye towards identifying bellwether cases and bellwether plaintiffs, example cases that can help move the litigation forward. So we're hoping that some of those bellwether decisions are made by this summer.
And can the mayor and council be updated on the testing of the firefighting foam that is free of PFAS? We're making headway on that?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, the testing was completed, but we have not seen a final report on that. I know that there were some representatives that witnessed the testing, but I have not received a report on the outcomes yet.
I know when you'll be able to receive or bring back information.
I do not.
We don't have a hard timeline yet. TFD has been working with, among others, the U of A on the testing of the alternative foam, I'll call it, without the fluorinated compounds. It is worth pointing out, though, that TFD already is not using the AFFF or the foam that includes the fluorinated compounds for any training or testing. Okay, so those uses have already stopped. There's also a timeline under which the FAA has to identify an alternative foam, which is important for uses out at the airport, and that deadline is by October of 2021.
So they have till October 2021?
Right, to identify an alternative foam.
The military installations that are out there?
I'm sorry?
The military installations, DM, 162nd, those are included in that?
I don't know that the FAA requirements will carry over to the military uses, but we'll keep an eye out on.
They've also changed out, stop utilizing the PFAS.
No, I believe they still have it as the only currently available and certified alternative for a large-scale liquid fire.
How's the bill going through the Congress? I know the one we talked
The PFAS Action Act?
Yeah.
It passed the House of Representatives, but maybe Andrew has an update in terms of the Senate.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, as Mayor Romero mentioned, the bill passed the House of Representatives. It has not been scheduled for a committee hearing in the Senate yet. But we continue to let our senators, both McSally and Sinema, know that this is something very important to Tucson, both, again, for the future funding as well as the reimbursement we were able to add with that amendment. And so they know that that is one of our top priorities.
Is there a time frame on that?
There really is no time frame. We'd like to see it happen as soon as possible. There is markups already being scheduled for the FY21 budget. So the sooner the better, especially for that appropriations piece.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I have a question. We had given, Mayor and Council had given direction back in January to begin the process of designing treatment facilities to contain the spread of PFAS in our central and south side well fields. How are we doing with that? What's the timeline if you've already started with that?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we have been in consultation with our consultants who work with us on water quality issues to scope out what that effort would look like. What we are focused on is, our expectation is that during the course of the investigation and studies that are necessary in the design, that this would actually be transferred to some other agency that is actually within their scope to do that type of remediation. So we're also looking at partners and who do they work with and how do they approach the work, so that whatever efforts we do as a city don't have to just be tossed out and repeated by somebody else a year from now. So we have started those conversations. We've identified in the action plan that is a later subject for today to have the money available to be able to proceed with that. So we are moving forward per council direction, but we're trying to do it in a mindful way such that we don't try to reinvent the wheel. We want to make sure it's done in a way that somebody else can pick up and run with it at a certain point, or if we have to see it all the way through, we will. But we don't want to go down a path that has to be retread.
Councilmember Fimbres and then Kozachik also, I saw the hand.
Can we get an update on dealing with the private wells which still have been found PFAS, PFOS?
Councilmember Fimbres, Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has notified all well owners, private well owners, that are in both the location near the Arizona Air National Guard and in the groundwater location down gradient from the Davis Mountain Air Force Base, to notify them that there are potential high PFAS concentrations nearby, offered to do sampling for them, and they have sampled some wells. And for those wells that are primarily used for that are used for drinking water, they are offering bottled water to those citizens. Again, these are private well owners. They're not customers of Tucson Water, but because we're aware of the contamination in the area, we've been working with agencies in order to inform them and assist them.
Are they working with us?
Yes, Councilmember Fimbres, ADQ is being very cooperative with us on that effort.
How about the private well owners?
The private well owners, I'm not in direct contact with them.
And our water is safe?
Councilmember Fimbres, our water is safe.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kozachik, and then I saw the hand over here, Councilmember Durham, and then we're going to wrap it up, take a little bit of a break, and come back to the e-scooters. So, Councilmember Kozachik.
The FAA guidelines give an opt-out provision, so we're not locked into 2021 with an application process, nor is Tucson International Airport, nor is DM. But you're right, Mike, the military spec still mandates that the products that they use contain fluorinated compounds. And so, which is one of the reasons we can't tell them what they can buy, because their procurement requirements supersede our ability to impose, our purchasing preferences on them. But we asked also for a local ordinance that would ban the disposal of fluorinated compounds. Where are we in that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, Pima County, when it comes to disposal in the sewer system, was taking action on a recommendation from staff today to ban AFFF compounds from being disposed of in the sewer system. With regards to a citywide ordinance, I would defer to the manager or the city attorney about the legality of
Chris
this.
just stepped.
Oh, there he is.
Councilmember Kozachik and members of the mayor and council, what we've tried to do is address the concerns of the mayor and council in the highest priority areas first. And the first area was the AFFF and the use and the fire department's use of that foam, which is being undertaken now. We've also, and Tim deserves a lot of credit for this, worked with Pima County to stop the disposal of the AFFF containing products into the sewer system, which is the second primary issue. The third primary issue then is disposal of this substance, and the two ways to do it are either landfills or kind of a wildcat disposal ordinance, and that's the next stage of this. But until we were just trying to get answers first on the firefighting foam, which is the major component of this problem, and then the sewage disposal, which is kind of the secondary component of this, and then we'll move on to the actual disposal of this stuff in areas other than the sewer and other areas other than firefighting usage, which is the third priority.
Well, I don't see it as quite as linear as that. First of all, I appreciate all the work that you all are doing and that Rahina did back in D.C. And that it's clearly everybody has it on their radar screen. So I don't intend any of this to be critical of any of the efforts that anyone's putting in. But first of all, TFD is not using a foam; they're using a fluorinated compound. The testing that they did, the first test anyway, was on wood, and why bother testing the product on wood when the real issue is fuel fires and diesel fires? So the time it's taking us to get Tucson Fire to come up with a product, which by the way exists in the marketplace already, EPA approved, is troubling to me that it's taking us so long to get there to clean up our own act. What happens in Tucson stays in Tucson, which is exactly the reason that the county has been complicit in this stuff permeating our system. While they have allowed Davis-Monthan to dump a diluted form of AFFF down into the sewer system, and then, oh, by the way, it just happens to wind up over by their treatment plant miles and miles away. How did it possibly get there? Everybody knows, and so I would like if we could get an update maybe during the city manager's report tonight what the county did today, because they need to be a part of the solution too, and up until now they've been a part of the problem. Lots of great conversations going on with lots of people, but we have shut down 20 wells now, and there's a plume southeast of our central well field. Is somebody at DM at the table who's in a position to dedicate dollars and make commitments to containment of that plume and construction of the likely multiple treatment plants that we're going to need? Or is this all happening at the federal level, and all you guys and women are making the yeoman's effort to get people's attention while DM just continues on down the road? I mean, is somebody at the table who can really make decisions and make commitments locally? Not you guys, but DM.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the table is the form of a biweekly phone call that does have local base personnel on it. The decision-making authority I can't speak to as far as who can actually make a final decision. What I will say is in both installations, the cooperative agreement would be an avenue where by that decision-making and commitments can be made, and those overtures are occurring.
When Richard asked a couple questions about the 3M litigation, what's the next step in that? Well, okay, Chris.
Councilmember Kozaczek, the next step, we submitted an extensive plaintiff's fact sheet to the court in early November. Our submissions alone were in the neighborhoods of hundreds of megabytes worth of data and information. So it's a lot of stuff just from us, and this amount of information is being duplicated by other plaintiffs and other parties around the country. The next series of decisions, as we understand it, is that the plaintiffs and defense committees are reviewing those submissions to identify the bellwether cases, as Mike talked about earlier, these example cases. And based on our presence at the hearing in the fall, we think that there's a likelihood that Tucson will be selected as one of those bellwether plaintiffs, primarily because we don't have an instance in Tucson where the public has been exposed to PFAS containing water, and so there's not a background of medical monitoring or personal injury litigation. It's simply a cleanup question here. So that process will take a little time because I'm sure it's a lot of information for those folks to process, but we'll keep you updated as that process goes forward. We're not we didn't expect that we would submit the plaintiff's fact sheet in November and have an answer about bellwether plaintiffs in the spring. We thought summer would be more likely.
And what will that answer be? Is it?
I think there will be a list of potential bellwether plaintiffs that those committees will come up with, and then they will be in conversations with those parties about whether they want to submit them, they want to agree to that process, because it does involve, if you are selected as a bellwether plaintiff, your folks will be deposed. And your information will be scrutinized, and some parties may not want to undergo that burden. I think we would accept it, and so we'll move forward.
So this is a scary concept, but at the glacial pace the federal government moves, they may be quicker than the litigation.
I was, and when we went to the hearing last fall, I was very impressed with the judge who was running this multi-district litigation out of Charleston, South Carolina. It was the fact that they even had a science day was a remarkable occurrence in my legal career, and I think that judge will be pushing people to move as fast as possible.
And final question is, when will we need to change out the GAC filters at the AOP again?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, we have developed an operational strategy that we will change out the GAC no more frequently than twice per year. And so that's roughly the pace we've been going the last year or to 18 months. And so we're shifting from changing it out one vessel at a time. We're going to do we'll do a complete plant shutdown, change out the carbon, and restart the plant twice per year.
With the caveat that if the Air National Guard plume hits that, then all bets are off.
Councilmember Kozaczek, we've also established an influent PFAS target of 140 parts per trillion. That's the untreated water. Historically, it's been around 100 or 120 or less. We don't want to have that plume start to arrive at the site and catch us unawares. So the moment we either approach 140 or we detect 140, which our treatment plant can handle, we will take action to either reduce flow at the plant or shut down the plant.
All righty. Do you have an urgent question, Councilmember Durham, or can we offline it and move along? Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
I just want to thank these guys and you for all the work that we're doing. This is really a critical issue, and all the players, with the exception of us, are just so slow moving.
Yeah,
the litigation, the federal government,
Yes,
and all of
I
that.
want to echo that too, Madam Mayor. With your leadership, you're moving it forward. And I also want to thank Tim and his leadership, and Chris and Andrews for the lobbying. But folks who have still concerns, they can still take a tour and visit the AOP plant. Am I correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Fimbres, and actually they can, there's an online website that they can request a tour, and that's at tucson-az.gov/water/request-Tucson-water-participation. If you're good at Googling, I'm sure you can find it easier than typing that in. Or you can contact our public information office at 791-4331. And we do offer the tours in both English and Spanish.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the team, and I know that you have
Just a quick update.
Quick update.
Mayor, members of council, just got confirmation from the Board of Supervisors. They did approve that code change today that will prohibit putting the AFFF into the sewer system. It approved in a unanimous 5-0 vote.
That's great news. Thank you. That is great news. Thank you all for your work on this. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for the e-scooter item, if that's okay. Thank you all. action. Item 7, time has been set aside for a discussion of the electric scooter pilot program as it reaches its 6th month. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a report for you on our 6-month pilot program, looking for direction from the council on the future of the e-scooter program. I know that the staff has a presentation, so I'll turn it over to our Transportation and Mobility Director, Diana Alarcon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to do a follow-up. I hope that y'all have had a chance to actually breeze through the draft evaluation that we provided back. I think the evaluation report actually provided some really good information as far as how the scooters were operating, the ridership, and also origin and destination and where they were happening. As you had noticed in our recommendation, we were asking for an extension of the pilot for an additional 6 months. There are additional things we wanted to look at. We wanted to continue to work on the enforcement. I do get up every morning on the Saturday and Sunday and take very long walks and walk through our downtown core and 4th Avenue and over in the university area. I have a new puppy, so I take the puppy for a lot of walks. And so it gives me an opportunity to also see where there's some deficits in our operation, which I continue to have conversations with our vendors on how we can improve it. So we do feel there's some opportunities to continue. We do feel that the preferred parking areas are working. It's not perfect. It still needs to work on it. We need to figure out some additional enforcement on that side. But you can tell a big difference from the designated parking areas on 4th Avenue compared to downtown. So we'd like to look at expanding the designated parking areas to include our downtown and some additional areas. We also really want to focus in the extension of the, if given the opportunity to extend the program on targeting the opportunity zone areas. We feel like that requires a little bit more hands-on where we need to actually go out to the community, do some sign-ups, do some pop-up education, figure out how we can reach that community. Also, Councilman Durham had asked me about how we can tie it in with the frequency transit network, and I think, again, that ties back to where we need to be on ground, kind of set up those pop-up stations, and we really want to execute that and get some better cooperation and use from our transit riders as well as from our folks in those opportunities. So those would be the things that we would really focus on moving forward with this. And so with that, I will actually take any questions. And
Diana, can you give us a small overview of what the pilot program has meant to date? In other words, who are the users? What areas of the city are being where the highest use are, what the modifications that we made during the pilot program, just kind of high level overview of your report so far.
Did you have that sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Excuse me for a minute. I had a
No
sheet
problem.
that had it all and I left it behind.
No problem.
The business one I give you?
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
not the business one. The one that showed where the writers were. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. So we had just a real quick to go through it all. You know, our study period was actually from September 12th to, well, the evaluation that we have before you is actually between September 12th and February 12th. And it covered the entire area. There was at that time a cap of only 1,500 scooters. The total number of trips that occurred during that time were 173,981, and it was used by over 37,000 individuals. The average use per day was roughly around 688 trips that were occurring by individuals, and the average trip was 1.33 miles. So it definitely was targeting and hitting our first and last mile customers and residents. The total miles that were traveled were over 142,000 miles over the 5 months, and the average daily trip was actually approximately 0.86 miles, and then average about 9 minutes it took for people to go from point A to point B. So by ward, our biggest use, of course, was in Ward 6, and that was basically they had over 126,440 trips that occurred in their ward during the pilot, so far in the pilot. And then next was actually followed by Ward 3 and then by Ward 1. And, you know, again, we want to figure out how to target and, you know, again, targeting Ward 2 and then also in Ward 4, how we can get the scooters out there and get them used more. So we were really excited about the numbers. They were actually really showed a lot about the use. And it was really exciting to see 37% of the, you know, based on the survey that we took, 30% of the folks that responded actually said that they did use the e-scooter as their last mile, first mile travel versus getting in a car. So we were excited to hear that because that really was what we were shooting for, was to actually reduce the number of vehicle miles traveled on the roads and offer up these alternative transportation solutions. So with that, I'll take any more other questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Durham.
I want to support the use of expansion of preferred parking areas to the Congress and Broadway. Do you think the e-scooter operators might be might want to increase the financial incentive to park in the preferred parking areas? I think it's now 50 cents. I think maybe they could be encouraged to go to 75 cents.
It's not 50, I believe it's not 50 cents, but I think that we can certainly have the conversation about maybe expanding that incentive. And I can actually ask them I don't remember what it is, so I don't want to misquote, but I don't believe it's 50 cents. But we do, I think it's more like a percentage off of the total ride is what they get toward their next ride. But we can talk about maybe it being a dollar amount versus a certain percentage.
Okay. I also support the use of scooter revenue for protected bike lanes. I think the survey showed that the scooters are ridden in bike lanes where there are bike lanes, but they're ridden on the sidewalk when you don't have a bike lane or protected bike lane.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to support also the expansion of deployment of e-scooters in opportunity zones. Could the e-scooter operators be told to deploy more e-scooters in the opportunity zones?
So we have asked in the past for them to do that, but I think really it's going to, we have to work closely with the scooter company and those opportunity zones staff and the scooter companies and partner up with businesses. I think that'll be really key in how we can, because we also need to be able to get to those folks, to give them the opportunity to get registered, sign up, because they do offer incentives for folks in the opportunity zone, and we just need to figure out those target areas. And we didn't focus as much on that in the first 6 months, and we really want to target in on that and really expand that opportunity as we move forward. So that is something that, and one of the reasons we wanted to ask for is we do feel there is a lot of growth opportunity. It's just going to be a collaborative effort, and we need to bring in ourselves and as well as Razor and Bird, and then we need to look at partnering with the businesses and then making sure that we can also get to the community so that we can get them registered and sign up so they can have the uses happen.
Our survey results weren't as high as Tucson's, as Portland's in replacing car trips, and I'd like to see additional scooters be deployed in the along the frequent transit network. So those are my questions.
I would say, Diana, that the key factor in this conversation, at least for me, is that how do we facilitate commuting for people? And I was really happy to see that most of the users connected with a little bit more than a mile. So that means that they are using it to commute or to connect from their last bus stop or streetcar stop to connect to their final destination, or otherwise, right? Coming from their destination to connect to possible transit. So this, that last mile that was shown for me was really very, very positive, and I'm happy to see. That connection. The intention of expanding the program should be to better collect metrics to see how we can expand the usage to other areas of our city. For example, how do we expand the usage and connect the scooters to our transit system. That's why I actually agree with Councilmember Durham that the frequent transit network and expanding the availability of these e-scooters in Ward 5, in Ward 2, and in Ward 4 as well, to see how the usage is used in different areas of the city. So. You know, we need to have a proactive process, a plan for the Transportation and Mobility Department to deploy the e-scooters to different areas of the city and see how we can observe the usage in those areas connected to our transit system. I would like to have a community voice come up to speak. I know that Living Streets Alliance has been advocating for microtransit options for the city of Tucson, and I know I see Calle and Emily Yetman. If you'd like to have an opportunity to come up and say something, we'd be more than happy to hear what your experience has been and your input for this particular project.
Great. Thank you for inviting us up to speak, and we're probably not going to say anything that you haven't already heard or tell you anything you don't already know. But we wanted to thank you for initiating this pilot program in the first place. That was a incredibly proactive and thoughtful way to avoid some of the pitfalls that other cities have seen and experienced as micromobility technologies have rolled out. And we'd really want to commend the Tucson Transportation and Mobility on collecting data, right? Because now we can make informed decisions moving forward. They've really communicated and worked well with stakeholders and the general public, and as they've learned things, we've seen them be proactive in modifying and improving the program based on the data and what they're finding. So thank you to them as well. It was really informative to look over the report and to see the facts about how Tucsonans are actually using the e-scooters in real time. And we definitely encourage you to extend the pilot program as well for another 6 months so that we can look at the trends over a full year's worth of data. And this is really critical timing to do this as we take on climate action, and we know that automobiles are one of the largest contributors of greenhouse gases in the U.S. And if we're serious about combating climate change locally, we need all of the tools that we can get. And we know that this is one of the ways to get people out of their cars and increase multimodal mobility. So if you look at the data, there were about 40% of survey respondents combined that indicated that they were using the e-scooters as an alternative to driving, right, or using rideshare. So clearly this is a way to get people out of their cars, right, and reduce automobile trips and decrease congestion. So we really encourage you to continue. The last point that I want to just hit on, which Councilmember Durham mentioned, was that we really want to bring this back to the conversation around the need for our streets to be designed and built with the needs of all people in mind, no matter who they are or how they're getting around. 51% of scooter users said that they'd like to have safer places to ride, like protected bike lanes. And like Pete Lagerwey, a national expert on urban design and mobility, says, right design invites right use. So we encourage you to extend the program, and we thank you for your consideration.
Calle, would you like to add something?
Nope, I think we.
All righty, thank you.
Thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Did the CAPLA survey, were they part of the ones suggesting extending the pilot to a year long?
I'm sorry, I missed the.
Was CAPLA the one who suggested that we extend it to make it a year-long pilot? Or like, where did we get, like, I understand that we want more information, but why are we now thinking about a year-long pilot? Where's that recommendation coming from, I guess?
It is actually coming from staff. Okay. And so based on the data we collect, understanding there's also, it was in December that we actually started implementing some of the new, the preferred parking and some of those other initiatives. We really didn't have a chance to collect all of those metrics to actually have them roll into this, and so we wanted to expand it to collect that matrix to make sure it was moving in the appropriate direction. We just didn't feel we had the appropriate time. So staff was actually the one that was asking for the consideration of extending it so we could continue to actually pull the data. We wanted to really focus in on the on the zones and the opportunity zones, and we really wanted to tie into the frequency network and look at how we can actually do a better job at that.
Okay, so what I'm looking at from the survey that y'all have done, that basically the number one complaint around the scooters is parking, right? That seems to be the bulk of it. So then how, in these next 6 months, we really address this issue so that we're not creating this hostility that we have right now around where they obstruct the sidewalk, but also the other thing that I've been seeing is like when people just ride their scooters home, like the etiquette around that's the majority of the time that I see them in the sidewalks in neighborhoods, is that people rode them home. So is there a way to, like, as we're working with these scooter companies, like, how are they making sure they're identifying when those scooters are not in like these ideal locations and picking them up more frequently?
Thank you for that opportunity. There are companies that we are having conversations with that actually do the enforcement side, where they will actually go around and do the collection. So that will actually be a help to us. So there would be a collaboration between the current scooter companies and maybe the opportunity to partner with another company that would come in and then they would do the collection so that we would actually be able to address some of these concerns that have popped up on the parking. And just remember, we put the preferred parking in very late into the initiative, so a lot of that wasn't actually captured through the survey, and so we feel there's some opportunities there that we would see those improvements.
Could we also offer them to purchase parking spots, like from the city, to have designated parking areas?
Who?
Us offer the scooter company.
Scooter companies, okay.
If it's a need, I would definitely say yes, ma'am. That would be the direction we would go in. So we have been successful with being able to identify some parking areas that we're not taking away a parking space, but if we were to go down that road, one of the things we're actually kicking off is, remember, our curb management, and that's to look at the best use of our curb. So that's the e-scooters would be a consideration taken in that as well. And that's also coming up with what that dollar amount would be if we have to use it, what would be a general public parking space. But we were able to find appropriate designated parking along 4th and Avenue. Remember, we've just done this on 4th. That provided parking for the e-scooters. And I would say all in all, there has been an improvement. People have been respectful. They have been using it. It hasn't been perfect by all means, but it has improved. And I think there's still some opportunities. But if we need to, yes, we would be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments, questions, observations?
I have some observations.
Councilmember Kozaczek.
Not surprisingly, let me paint you the picture of the profile of a scooter trip, and this is from the survey results. It's less than a mile. It's about 9 minutes. It's not replacing car trips unless people are going to drive their car 0.86 miles and in and out. It begins to peak out at happy hour and maxes out around midnight on Fridays and Saturday nights, with 2% of the people who were identified through the survey said they were wearing a helmet. And 80% say they either never do or rarely do. 65% of these rides are for socializing, going to restaurants, or just for fun. The number one complaint is that the 100% of the enforcement effort is being picked up by residents and businesses. And so, Diana, your description of where these are occurring is Ward 6, and then followed by Wards 3 and 1, followed way back by Wards 3 and 1. It's 80% in Ward 6. Opportunity zones don't have the density, or they'd already be being deployed out there. The scooter companies are simply putting these things where the density exists and where people want to go bar hopping, and that's what they're being used for. People aren't otherwise driving from one bar to another. 36% said they would have walked instead of gotten on the scooter. So I continue to be 100% against this. This is not about whether or not you support climate issues. I find that offensive to suggest that those of us who are done with this program are not sensitive to that. That's not why they're being used. Councilmember Durham told KVOA that if he found that people weren't wearing helmets, he wouldn't support the extension. Well, 2% were observed wearing helmets. As far as building buffered mobility lanes, we've generated $74,000 with this, and $16,000 of that has gone into painting stickers on the 4th Avenue sidewalks. So you can build, what, a quarter mile of a protected bike lane with the kind of revenue we're bringing in for this thing? It's just not happening. So I'm 100% opposed to continuing this pilot program. And if you can compel the scooter companies to put them exclusively out in the opportunity zones, knock yourself out, but they're not going to do it.
Any additional observations or questions about this? All righty. What I'd like to propose is that we have a motion to continue another 6-month pilot period so that we could continue grabbing or getting data that will help us either change behavior with the community, with the users, and make sure that this continues to be a service for users. So I'd like to consider a motion that we expand the pilot program and continue getting data and trying to correct the behavior of users and make it safer and much more accessible in other areas of the city of Tucson connected to our frequent transit network.
I make a motion that we expand the 6-month pilot program and continue our researching
of the program. So there is a motion. Is there a second? So there's a motion and a second. I just wanted to add to the commentary made by Councilmember Kozaczek. We hear the concerns of certain stakeholders in the community. I think the goal of this program was to have the access to micromobility for people in our community. I want to see continued effort by the companies in terms of the issues and the problems that were brought to the attention of our department and the companies, which are the parking issues, and continue an effort to educate, especially the communities that are using the users of this program, so that we can see much more usage of helmets, and that we see additional opportunities for exclusive parking for e-scooters in the city of Tucson. I'm excited about this program. I want to continue studying it, and I want to make sure that we provide this opportunity for other areas of the city of Tucson. Councilmember Lee, you have a comment question.
I do. I just wanted to, I've been pretty quiet on this issue just because Ward 4 makes up 0.0% of the total trips. So it's really, I don't feel like I have a lot of skin in the game, but I'm very sensitive to Steve's situation with 80% of the rides and the problems happening for him. And in terms of microtransit in Ward 4, we're focused on transit, period, bus stops and things. So it really doesn't affect us. So if there are opportunity zones that are identified, our office would really appreciate being involved in that, because we have different priorities on our ward. But I just wanted to point out, Steve, that I'm very compassionate to your situation, and I'm at 0%. So, yeah.
All righty. So there's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Yeah, I'll offer a substitute motion to stop the program now. There's some saying about doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So I'll offer that as a substitute motion.
So there's a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second for the substitute motion? Hearing none, the original motion stands. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
And Mayor, based on that direction, I think we'll likely bring back, I think as a consent item, just an amendment to the ordinance to extend the time period as directed.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Diana. So we move on to item 8. Item 8. Staff has an update on the state of Parks and Recreation. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is, again, ongoing conversation around budgets, and Parks was one of the departments that did not have the opportunity to give you a presentation during the retreat, ran out of time there. And so this is really that same level of discussion and conversation around state of the parks, but also what the needs are going forward. With that, I'll turn it over to Brent Dennis, the Parks Director.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of council, and thank you, Mike, for the introduction. I wanted to start by actually sharing some comments from some of your constituents. It's really been a great pleasure part of my service in the past 2 years, and a lot of it's attributed to the Proposition 407, where I got out in the community, but being invited on a regular basis to a lot of your ward town hall meetings and just being involved with a lot of your neighborhood associations. When a lot of those community leaders heard that I would have this opportunity, they said, well, could you share some feedback? So real quickly, from the community, at least those that are really engaged and supportive of all things Parks and Recreation, they've really been appreciative of what they see as an elevated sense of respect and engagement by neighbors, that they see a lot of really positive activity growing in the parks, and I think that's heading in the right direction. So they also have been very appreciative of, I know it's a pilot project currently, but the park safety officers, they identify that as, again, helping the community that wants to use the park and enjoy the parks is feeling more safe, and the parks are being more welcoming. And also, they've recognized that our introduction of the B shift maintenance crews out in the parks in the kind of the after school into the evening hours has been really appreciated. And then I think the kind of the positive, proactive spirit of community building in the parks, where our team has really been supportive of neighborhood events and special events in the neighborhood parks, that's been very appreciated also. So in terms of state of the parks, it's kind of a fun recognition that a lot of people do consider us also the Department of Fun. And for the coming year, we've created a new acronym for FUN, and that's Friendship Uniting Neighbors. And that's kind of the spirit. I know a lot of our recreation centers are going to be very welcoming to the community for the Census 2020 initiative. And I think that's really reflective of how we want to use that spirit of welcoming quality, friendship building, to really unite neighborhoods and build that sense of community. We currently have 130 parks across the footprint of Tucson. Thank you. Does that do that? I'm sorry, there we go. So we currently have 130 parks. We just recently welcomed the 100-acre Wood Bike Park, as well as Seneca Park, which is actually a developed partnership with Pima County Flood Control. And it's just a really quaint little small neighborhood park, but the neighbors really appreciate it. We have nearly 3,600 total acres of our parkland, which includes the golf courses and also the rodeo grounds. I mentioned how the community's appreciated the park safety officers, but that collaboration with TPD has been really positive, new introduction. And also our B-Shift park maintenance crews. They've been, I think, very effective in terms of keeping a closer eye on the cleanliness of our restrooms, also some of the scheduled use of our fields and ramadas, and that's been a positive thing. We did introduce very successfully a Kid Zone designation at the Marty Birdman Center splash pad over in Ward 3, and with that success, we're looking at expanding that out into a lot of our other parks that have splash pads. And again, the purpose of that is to really encourage adults that are supervising a child to be within that identified area. And that's been, again, a very transformative, positive thing in a lot of our parks. We were real excited. We recently learned that our amendment to the Bureau of Land Management governing Kennedy Park's Fiesta area has been well received. It's on the heels of Udall Park's release of a lot of the restrictions there. If you've been on the east side, maybe you've participated in the farmers market that happens every Friday morning at Udall Park. That's been a very welcome thing also. We introduced Operation Curb Appeal for our recreation center teams, and that really brought a lot of remarkable enhancements to the entrances to 11 of our recreation centers. We also, in terms of realigning some of our responsibilities, it's been very a positive move that we've moved the maintenance of our swimming pools underneath the umbrella of overall park maintenance. Tucson Delivers, again, we've got a lot of Proposition 407 projects lined up, and that would be another positive comment back from the community. They really greatly appreciated Mayor and Council's support of advancing the $12 million of earlier funding for some of the low-hanging fruit projects. But the Palo Verde pool renovations was our first completed project that we celebrated this past year. We also have completed 3 shade structures over existing playgrounds, and we have 11 others underway. In terms of community partnerships, we had a really great one with the World Handball Association, where they converted half of our underutilized racquetball courts into handball courts over at Randolph. That was a really great thing. And also, we celebrated a really excellent new ADA accessible playground in Reed Park last year. Anyway, there's a lot of things that we're very, very proud of. There's quite a list of those. I'm going to just pick out a couple others because I think reopening some of the facilities that unfortunately had to be closed due to some budget constraints. But reopening Ori Pool, and the Jesse Owens Pool, and also Ormsby Center. And I want to highlight Ormsby Center because some of the opportunities that I'd really like to focus on now have to do with getting the neighborhood and the community engaged through a newer initiative, which I guess I'll credit Vice Mayor Cunningham, the Super Volunteer Program, where we're really trying to develop a great program where the community can be entrusted to utilize some of our facilities on more of a volunteer oversight basis. So that's something that I know at Quincy Douglas, Ward 5 and Councilmember Fimbres has been very interested in how we can look at expanding some of the hours in that area. So on opportunities for the coming year, at the top of the list obviously has been a great interest in how can we expand KidCo. We've identified some early opportunities, and also we've identified some more strategic conversations that can be held to open up a lot more opportunities to service more kids and younger working families. That would be excellent if we can open those seats up for them. The Million Tree Initiative, obviously, with about 3,600 acres of parkland, that's an opportunity for us. We did learn this past winter when we dedicated our Sonoran Desert rain harvesting garden in front of our administrative offices that that incorporation of a memorial tree aspect and working closely with our community partner Tucson Clean and Beautiful, we're seeing that as a tremendous opportunity out in a lot of our larger parks where we can develop groves of trees to add to the Million Tree Initiative, but also have a very purposeful and meaningful vehicle of doing tribute or memorial trees out in our community, and that would be something very important. We're also looking at the opportunities to expand our swimming program out into all of our pools and also open up swimming pool hours on weekends after the summer ends and as school resumes. And I don't know, I think because they're all before you, you probably get a sense of what kind of things we'd like to do in the coming year. We have with Cyclovia, or with Living Streets Alliance, looked at opportunities to expand Cyclovia in the future year. And we'll be reopening Esteban Center over on the west side in Ward 1 with a great community partnership with Dig Deep. And again, those are really good examples where we can join arms with a lot of not-for-profits and add some positive activation into a lot of our parks. In terms of environmental initiatives, we're looking for other opportunities with the Green Infrastructure program to introduce rain harvesting landscapes. Palo Verde Park has a new one along the edge of their parking lot, and also introducing pollinator gardens within our parks to help sustain the pollinator bee population that's important to agriculture around our area. We've got a great partnership with Tucson Water, looking at opportunities to reduce potable water use out in our parks, also with irrigation system improvements for efficiency, and also looking to invest in relining some of our lakes that actually lose water. In terms of challenges, probably first and foremost is our ongoing challenges we have with the impact that homelessness has across our parks. And again, I think having greater visibility of our staff, maintenance attention, working with TPD and all the not-for-profit service providers to really connect those individuals that tend to be in our parks that would be willing to receive services. That's an initiative we'll continue to be a willing partner on. But again, we feel that that contributes to creating a safer, more welcoming environment through all of our parks. We also, as you can imagine, still find challenges with recruiting and retaining staff to help manage a lot of our youth programs and summer lifeguard positions. And I guess I wanted to reserve a lot of time for your questions because I know that we have a lot of things going on. Oh, I thought you meant hurry up, Brent. Oh, so that's why I should have a lovely.
Well, I mean, your department is truly the Department of Fun. I mean, the Parks Department, we've seen in survey after survey that it really serves the quality of life for our residents, and the programs that you have are really important. What you don't have in here is something that we had a large conversation about at the Mayor and Council retreat. You were there, which is the desire for my colleagues and I to expand KidCo opportunities to families throughout the city of Tucson. For me, both after-school expansion of KidCo is important, as well as summer expansion opportunities for KidCo are important. So one of the things that we talked about at the retreat, which you were there, is where are the opportunities for growth? And where are the gaps in service for after-school KidCo and summer KidCo? What I heard plenty of last year in 2019 was that we don't have enough opportunities for after-school programming with our KidCo program on both Ward 4 and Ward 2 and in the ANFI area. And there are areas of need throughout the city of Tucson that we could be providing better service for and fill those gaps in terms of after-school programming. Can you talk to us a little bit more about after-school KidCo and summer KidCo and where you see, as the expert, where you see the gaps in service and where we need more?
Yeah, absolutely. Great topic. So go back 10 years in time, the ideal model for KidCo was that most of the school districts opened up their campus, so it was really great for young working families to know their kids could step out of their teacher-led classroom into another setting where the KidCo staff took over those after-school hours. As time progressed, in TUSD in particular, a lot of schools where the principal saw the value in bringing it in-house, that occurred. It is important to note that those families are still being served. It's just that it's not run through the City of Tucson's Parks and Recreation and KidCo program. So we have a working group within Parks and Recreation that's putting all of the metrics together for those so we can be really well informed. But getting to your point, the opportunities to truly expand KidCo are basically threefold. One is that we do know in a lot of our centers and a lot of the schools, there's unfortunately a financial hurdle. Even though it's a very affordable fee structure that's 10 years old, it's still a barrier. So we know that there exists capacity if we can address that financial barrier. So I know in March 17th study session, we'll be talking about the policy that some of these improvements in fees and rates that would also govern KidCo. That would be a really great opportunity to kind of see where if we can retool that, it's going to eliminate that financial barrier and see us fill to capacity a lot of our current KidCo sites that have room for more kids. It's just that their families can't afford it. So that's one thing. The other thing would be having a conversation with the superintendents of TUSD in particular, because again, that's probably the hybridized school system where select principals want to have it in-house. Some principals still are able with transportation to bring their kids after school to one of our recreation centers where we have KidCo, and then some just decided not to have it at all. So the opportunity there, where a conversation with leadership from the superintendent to the principals would maybe reopen those doors. Sunnyside, about 6 or 7 years ago, decided to bring all of their KidCo programs in-house. So we don't have any current ones, although we've learned because some of our staff have their children or their youth employed at Sunnyside, and they've heard that due to budget constraints, now they're rethinking that. So that could be a huge opportunity to re-enter Sunnyside schools. And then AMFI, we've learned recently that there could be 2 or 3 schools that would be willing to open the door. And we've just started a conversation with Flowing Wells. So there's opportunities, but the given is for the principal of that school. And that's why we're working on a model that could be based on some discounting that would allow a lot of the families that have had financial limitations to actually embrace KidCo. And we do have a very high quality program. I'll never discount the quality that as the school districts brought it in-house, but the effort that we put in terms of recruiting and training and retaining really high quality KidCo leadership puts us, I think, at a really appealing level. The other thing is that we still have to be able to recruit and retain the young people to keep the program vital, and that goes for both after school as well as our summer camp program. Our summer camp program right now is at capacity. We do have waiting lists for that. So our challenge there, again, in the spirit of community partnership, is just looking for other opportunities, other venues, other sites that can be done. But I think the win-win situation is to help younger working families address that financial barrier and get their kids into our programs where we do have current capacity. And then this great conversation opportunity with all the school districts to reopen KidCo and their facilities would be where true KidCo expansion could be realized.
I'm curious, what I continuously hear is that KidCo is such a wonderful program both after school because it lets families stay at work and kids in a safe environment. So what I'm curious about, where is it that, what areas are the areas of the city of Tucson that you don't see the program quite filled, that you still have capacity, but the usage is not absolutely there because of limitations?
Yeah, mainly west and south side. I mean, I hate to generalize, but geographically, that would be kind of a southwestern crescent of the city.
Okay. And other opportunities that I've actually had conversations with both AMPI School District and school board members, as well as TUSD School District and school board members, are that areas in Ward 2 and in Ward 4 of the city, especially with the after school connected to schools within TUSD, are something that TUSD is open for because of limitations and constraints with the budget. That's something that I want to make sure that we're exploring.
Yeah, just a reality aspect of that is we do find it difficult on the east side, and I don't mean to generalize wards 2 and 4 as being the east side, but trying to recruit young people that are looking for an employment opportunity, it's a bit more challenging. A lot of them are very involved in extracurricular activities, or they may not have the necessity to actually have a job while they're in school. So I think that's part of our challenge, is to get out there and showcase that it's an excellent opportunity to build a resume, a career record. And the thing I'm very proud of as a result of KidCo is a lot of our best staff started in KidCo as either volunteers or summer staff, and then they became employees on our team. So that's a really great success story that I think is a good testimonial to the program.
I have heard the stories of many administrators in Parks and Recreation actually starting off as KidCo recreation aides or being lifeguards in our pools. So it really is an opportunity to start a career. What I'd like to suggest is, when I first got elected 12 years ago, one of the conversations that I had with your predecessor was that, are there any opportunities when it comes to recruiting recreation aides for the summer or after school, partnering with the University of Arizona or Pima Community College so that we could use student teachers to help us for that coverage, especially on the east side? I would hate to not be able to offer the opportunity for working families on the east side because we can't recruit. And so are there any potential partnerships with Pima College or the University of Arizona with student teachers, even with TUSD and summer programs on the east side with current teachers that take the summer off and would potentially be open to helping us with a summer youth recreation program?
Sure, those are excellent opportunities. I know Pima Community College with their campuses on the east side too. That's a great opportunity. So we'll continue to do our due diligence to make the case. But that is a key ingredient for a successful program. Get the site, get the support of the principal, reduce
then
the
recruit
barriers,
the-
get the
recruit
kids
the kids,
registered,
yeah.
and then have the quality staff to run a quality program.
Well, know that I'm more than happy and willing to connect you with TUSD or AMPHI or Pima Community College with the University of Arizona, whatever it is that we need to do to make sure that we're offering this opportunity and offering an opportunity for expansion.
Yeah, I think
The areas
that
that need-
high-level conversation initiated would be great. We'll follow up then.
Be more than happy. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Fimbres, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Durham.
What is being done to expand the hours of operations for recreational centers?
I think on a case-by-case basis, as we hear a specific need, we can look at adjusting them. But for the most part, I think all of our centers have been calibrated to meet the existing needs of the community.
How did the Proposition 407 projects enter into this discussion?
The discussion regarding
does the Proposition 407 projects enter into this discussion?
Of KidCo or of?
No, not KidCo, but just the Parks and Rec.
Parks and Recreation. Well, we're committed to delivering, we're under the umbrella of Tucson Delivers, so we're managing in this coming year 34 projects. They're in various levels of either design, bidding, or construction. We work closely with all the wards, so you know the status of every project that's occurring in your ward, so you have the opportunity to be involved as much as you like with groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, et cetera. And also, I think making sure the community that's surrounding a site that's under construction knows that we've got a great plan B to relocate youth sports groups to an alternate field. So again, we're trying to advance those projects so that they're delivered on time, on budget, and hopefully exceed everybody's expectations and not disrupt the community's enjoyment and utilization of our parks.
Okay, and can you explain the mobile recreation initiative further in detail in which neighborhoods and wards?
Oh, sure. No, that was actually an initiative that our recreation team came up with on their wish list. They were hoping to identify and acquire at least 2 vans where we can take our staff and programming out into a lot of the corners of the city that are really underserved by our current recreation centers. So it would be something that could go actually in all 6 wards. And it can be at request, or we could have a scheduled route. But that's one of our goals, is to introduce mobile recreation.
And the new park officers that are working?
The park safety officers?
Yeah, park safety officers. How are you dispersing them into the areas? Was it based on number of crimes, number of incidents occurring in the area?
Yeah, we have a weekly conversation with TPD, Tim Reese, who oversees the park safety officer program. We talk about some of the areas where either there's been an increased call of service from neighbors that are concerned about activity or any other kind of park etiquette concerns, and then we dispatch them. There's 5 pairs of 2 officers. They have really great new uniforms and park safety vehicles. So again, they also have been very proactive in attending a lot of the special events throughout the community. So when we have, like yesterday when we had the 3-foot safety awareness at Sentinel Peak Park, they were there. And I think they're really a key element to increasing that sense of welcoming safeness out in our parks.
And we have 130 parks.
Yes, sir.
Are 10 officers enough to do with?
Well, this was a pilot project. I think everyone wanted to see if it moved the needle in any direction. So they're maintaining, I believe so. And the feedback I get from the community is it's a very positive thing. But obviously, just as TPD regular officers are a bit stretched to cover the breadth of the city, they probably wish they had more to address a lot of the park needs, but it's been very welcomed, and I think they've been keeping track of the calls of service that they can now take care of rather than having the black and whites attend to. The other thing is we have seen a marked decrease in like tagging and graffiti in some of the parks that used to have a bad history, and I think just having that visibility in the parks along with our B-shift maintenance, that helps a lot.
And then what has been the financial result of the efforts of the Tucson Parks Foundation for 2019, 2020?
Oh, that's a great question. So, our not-for-profit partner, the Tucson Parks Foundation, probably a year and a half ago, they really came out of what they self-disclosed as a hiatus mode after the economy waned. It was really hard for them to successfully do fundraising. So about a year and a half ago, they recruited some new board members, and they had a big fundraising golf outing last year and raised about $30,000, and they gifted back as grants to the department about $35,000 last year. So for me, that's a real encouraging new direction as an important community partner that's dedicated just to supporting Tucson Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Brad, for your work.
Thank you, Richard.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Durham, then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
A few things about the state of the parks. I wanted to congratulate you on your leadership over the last 3 years, Brent. Brent, when we first met, I think the first week you were in my office, we talked about how the city of Tucson ranked 90 out of 100 in the TPL Park Square. Over the past 2 years, our rank has increased to 78th, so we're almost in the top quarter. But better yet, we were below the 50th percentile in all 4 categories: access, investment, acreage, and amenities. And we have not had a year where the 401 money has got to be counted. So our investment number is going to go up next year. But the amazing thing is our amenities have gone up to over the 50th percentile. As a matter of fact, what really makes me excited is that we're now in the 80th percentile for basketball hoops, the 70th percentile for dog parks, and in the 50s for playgrounds and bathrooms and recreation and senior centers. So that makes it pretty special. I know we're going to be talking about the fee structures and some of the alternative ways we can implement fees. One of the things that we've run into is that we've talked for a long time about people kind of taking advantage of the park system. In other words, we have situations where we're so customer service oriented that some organizations are able to basically reserve the park for free for the entire summer and only use it like 5 nights of that summer. So we want to address some of those things. And it isn't on purpose. It's because it made sense at the time. But some of those things have got to change. I want to congratulate you on your B shift. I know that there were some people who went through that kicking and screaming, but it's actually paid off to have a personnel in a park all the time, just to have somebody from the city there while the park is open. In fact, I think we've gone to the point where almost there's a city employee on duty in our park or nearby our park like 85% of the time they're open now, and really 100% if you count our park ranger program. So it's amazing. I also wanted to talk to you about pools. I know that this summer, we did talk about KidCo. There's some opportunities there. I think some of that's going to work itself out. I think there's some value for some of the east side schools as far as being more competitive with enrollment in coming to KidCo and going, our other system isn't working. We're really not making any money off of it anyway. Let's try offering an amenity and enticing students to enroll in our school. But at the same time, let's talk about pools. We've done a really good job over the last few years doing that 2-month program. But, it's still hot in August. It's actually still hot through October. And I know the kids go back to school, but maybe having weekends open in August is something we can talk about. Perhaps saying, hey, we're going to start Memorial Day weekend and we're going to end Labor Day weekend like, everybody else in the country does for summer. So, we'd be open solid in June and July, but on the weekends in August through Memorial Day and starting on Memorial Day and ending in Labor Day. I think that's just easy for people to track the summer season.
Yeah, that's actually something that our staff's planning for. So we're going to have to make sure we identify those lifeguards that will have that extended weekend flexibility. But that's certainly something that we think we can deliver in the coming summer into August.
One of the things that we get dinged on at the TPL report is acreage. I know that it's unorthodox to be able to count certain things. However, the city of El Paso actually counts a state mountain park. as part of theirs, and as a result, they get to claim more acreage. It'd be interesting to see if we'd be allowed to count the acreage inside the loop, even though it's not ours. The acreage at Brandy Fenton Park, which is a county park, but adjacent, or the Kino Sports Complex, which all is property that touches the city limits. And other jurisdictions would probably count that in the TPL. I think it's something worthwhile for us to explore. I think it's only fair. Above that, I'd even talk about Sabino Canyon, Drachman Park, and I'd even go so far as the two Saguaro National Monuments on each side of the city, because those are huge acreage areas. But speaking of acreage, I had a question for the city attorney. Are we allowed to use, I'm assuming that we can use impact fees to purchase land for new parks, correct?
Yes, we can use impact fees for acquisition.
And are we allowed to designate those as natural, undisturbed open space parks?
You can designate them that way, and you can zone them as open space.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I think there's a couple opportunities that we have in the next year to purchase land for NUOs. I think that as we're going to see this explosion in Ward 2 and Ward 4 when we do the state trust land piece. But part of that is kind of pulling a Painted Hills move and saying, hey, we're gonna designate this gap as NUOS anyway, regardless, so that there will always be a buffer, and that will give the message on where our planned development would want to go. The last thing I wanted to talk about was turf. Everybody loves talking about grass, especially in Tucson. I think we've done a really good job kind of scaling back our overseeding. One of the things we talked about was possibly allowing that thatch to build in, especially the 419 thatch, but I think we can paint it organically with organic green paint. I think it would actually be worth it to do that. So I kind of still want to try that experiment. And other than that, congratulations on really, truly turning our park system around. We have a park system that a lot of people in Tucson are proud of, and I think we said a couple of years ago the best is yet to come. I think the best is still yet to come, but we're on our way. I know we have about 6 capital projects in Ward 2 that we're talking about, and we'll talk about those offline.
Councilmember Durham, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
We've achieved success with the Kids Zone at Marty Birdman Center. Could you expand in detail on where the use of Kids Zones is contemplated, including?
Yeah, we're looking at all the splash pads for starters, and then we're also looking at maybe a first tier of playgrounds, special playgrounds like the ADA accessible playground at Reed Park. And I know a week from tonight, the planning phase starts for the autistic playground, the Intermountain agencies, and that's another probably very perfect example where you could identify that specialized play area as a kid zone. And then I think eventually you can make the similar case for all play areas that are really designed for kids.
Could you please explain how expanding KidCo in the Ward 3 Amphi School District in particular is progressing?
We just heard that some of the newly elected board members have been very receptive to the idea of starting that conversation at Amphi, and maybe going back to Mayor Romero's willingness to start a conversation with the superintendents of all the school districts within our region. That could open the door for quite a number of those at Amphi.
What strategies are being pursued for park activation?
Again, just for us being out in neighborhood associations, I know out of our 130 parks, 65 of them now have adopt-a-park relationships through Tucson Clean and Beautiful. So having neighbors that care, that come out and they invest their time and energy to make park improvements. They own those parks, they love those parks, they watch over those parks. That's very transformative. And then certainly when you add initiatives like the Kaboom Playground builds, where you get a brand-new playground that the neighbors and their kids help design, and they build it in 6 hours on a Saturday. That's probably the best example of the most respected playgrounds in Tucson and really in the nation, because people invest in that, and they really, again, create a very strong sense of ownership. And then the more positive activities that are introduced into the park, that makes them safer and more welcoming. So those are all key ingredients, I think, to park safety.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Brent, I wanted to start off by thanking you for moving that unveiling yesterday so that I could participate. I really enjoyed it very much. And I know you mentioned it, but it was putting signage along the road up Sentinel Peak, reminding people that minimum 3-foot passing when you're, passing a cyclist or even a person walking up there. So thank you so much for that.
And thank you for arriving on a bicycle.
Yeah.
Emphasize the walk.
I was huffing and puffing, but I got there. I'm really, grateful of how open you are to partnerships like that one, like the one that we're working on right now with the Garden of Gethsemane. And then also even working with like Barrio Santa Cruz to reopen Ormsby Park, and like being creative of how we do that work, that staffing, that we need to continue pushing for more staffing for Parks and Rec, but that y'all are also open to like how can the community also show up. So I really want to thank you for that. The other piece that I am hoping that we can think about as we're having these conversations about parks, because it's something that we deal with in Ward 1, and that's the homelessness. The homeless folks, the homeless community in our parks, that we're dealing with the Anza Park, with Esteban Park, with Anita, but that how do we also think about these creative partnerships that aren't just always about enforcement, and working with Park Safety and TPD, but with other community partners to address that. And then how do we also provide Parks and Rec staff with training on how to use Narcan, how to have like a needle disposal like on site, and just other resources that they can have on hand for folks.
Yeah, those are really great topics. They are ongoing challenges. I know we hate to track our time out in our parks, but on some weeks, a given day, 20 to 30% of our attention to core services are actually redirected to just cleaning up or addressing some of the impact that unfortunately happens in the parks. But yeah, it's all about positive park activation, and the spirit of partnership is really transformative. So I have to give Councilmember Fimbres great credit. His monthly homeless coalition meetings that bring a lot of not-for-profits and faith-based organizations that really do want to help make a difference in the lives of the people who are willing to accept services. That's really, really important. So I have to say that our staff and even most of the TPD officers and people that are front lines, they are very empathetic. We really do care about them, but I also care about the safety of our team that are out there trying to do their work, and they do run into that unfortunate situation where someone is very aggressive or confrontational, and their safety is a concern for me. So I do agree with you, proper training, in terms of our responsive nature and our equipment and our knowledge and smart capabilities is something we'll continue to invest in. But that's the beauty of our internal partnership with TPD and TFD and a lot of the not-for-profit service providers.
Okay, and then I guess the other thing that I would like to see is like, what are the staffing gaps that we have in Parks and Rec? Because we get so many complaints about all the ongoing maintenance issues, and that we know that like with Prop 407, we're only going to get to like, a certain % of addressing the maintenance needs. So what is our plan for the future? Because yes, great, we build parks and we need them, but then what is our plan? What's our funding for maintaining those amenities so that they don't then become neglected, so like the community doesn't use them because they're full of weeds or the gopher hole, like just all the things that happen when we neglect parks.
Yeah, well, we are putting a higher priority in trying to realign our current staff resources so that we have more specialization. So we have an irrigation team that really is well-versed, and they're covering the entire city in a high-quality way, addressing with irrigation issues. Same thing with our athletic fields. We have kind of the A team that goes out, and they do a stellar job with manicuring. And we're getting good feedback from the youth sports teams and the coaches in particular, that they really recognize and appreciate the higher attention and the playability and durability of the turf areas of our parks. But also, I think, again, going back to partnerships, the things that we can continue to do to be more visible and be more proactive and connect services to people that need them, that's going to be probably the biggest factor to improve the whole situation.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Santa Cruz, because, we just said how wonderful the Parks and Recreation Department is and what an important part of the quality of life for our residents it is. What I don't see in your presentation are the needs. Two things I don't see in your presentation. One, what's the budget? How many employees do you have? How many employees are you missing? And then what are your needs? So what I'd like to, now that we're budgeting, right? Now that we're having conversations about budgets, what I would like to see is, how does your budget look like? How many employees does your department sustain? And what are your vacancies that are must fill? I know that during the retreat, we talked about creating a placemaking position for parks, because we do want to make sure, now that we are seeing continued investment from Prop 407 into our park system, we want to make sure that Anza Park and Santa Rita and Reed Park and the Banshell and Kennedy Park and all the Fiesta area, that we are actually working towards putting together activities or working with nonprofits or community groups to reactivate the spaces that we're investing in. So what I would like to see when you come back to Mayor and Council is, what are the vacancies that have been empty in your department that you have an urgency to fill? I've been sitting at this council for the last 12 years. And when we went through the downturn in our economy, the Parks and Recreation Department was the most affected department when it came to cuts to our budget. And I know that we haven't recovered with that budget. I want to make sure that we fill what we need to fill to provide the quality of park and the services to our community that we should. And so I guess your presentation is wonderful, but I also want to see, what is your budget and what are the needs in terms of your budget for us to fill as Mayor and Council.
Very good.
Councilmember Fimbres.
On that note, Madam Mayor, I want to thank the city manager and Parks and Rec director for stepping up. This summer, we started about 7-8 years ago. We did bring back the splash because we had no money, and they were going to close 7 pools, and we got with the Parks Foundation and all the business community to step up and do the pools for the summer, add 7 additional pools. But we've also had pilot programs that the city managers led the charge in, providing free pool during the summer and also recreational facilities. And I think we need to expand that and look at some of these things for our most vulnerable families. And I thank you for doing that and looking at all these aspects. So thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, anything else? Councilmember.
Just a real quick question from Mike Rankin as a clarification. Impact fees can be used to maintain existing services, and that's all, right?
I want to be careful about the word maintain, because it can't be used for maintenance, but yes, to provide those public services at the same level that they're already
Right,
existing.
not mowing the lawn, but
Right. I just wanted to be careful with that.
Okay.
Expand
capacity to meet the demand that's created by the growth that's paying the impact fees.
So I guess the graphic that's before you really does show you our current staffing level. You know, it didn't change much from last year to this year. We did take a considerable number of our vacancies. We did create a project manager to help support 407 out of a vacant custodial position. And then we used a lot of the other vacancies to create our B shift. And we did realize that our aquatics program, with reopening 2 pools and embarking on this era where we have lots of splash pads, that's going to definitely be a need, because we only have 2 full-time staff people that oversee all the aquatics program. The rest are just non-perm, seasonal, really great people, but to have a solid program for aquatics that does great delivery of swimming classes and other aquatics programs, you need to invest in that. So that would be another need. But I do feel, as has been recognized, that investing in the B shift and having more park staff out in the parks, especially in the evenings when a lot of the activities have ramped up, and also the weekends when all of our parks are the busiest. And in the past, that's where we're least frequent. So that's where we've been trying to realign at least the resources that we have currently.
Thank you. What is the budget? What is the department's budget for 1920?
About 38 million, I believe.
Okay. Is that projected to be similar for 2021?
I would say similar, but we do see some opportunities. Certainly some of the things that came out of the retreat, but also the CSOs, park officers, some of those things. And keep in mind, to answer Councilmember Santa Cruz's question, the council had directed me to allocate dollars annually for the maintenance of the Prop 407 improvements. So I think your question was twofold. One, the Prop 407 improvement maintenance, but then more beyond that. So at least one part of that is addressed in the ongoing budget as a prior commitment. So I'll talk about that here in a bit.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
See you in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks.
On
Thank
St.
you so
Patrick's
much
Day.
for the update. Really appreciate it.
It's really been a super Tuesday.
All righty, moving on to item 9. Time has been set aside for a follow-up discussion of the Mayor and Council retreat held January 28th of this year. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, our time is short, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. All I've done is taken what I heard at the retreat, what I gained from our notes, as well as talking to you and others, and try to capture it into what I'll call the framework for a strategic plan. What you see or saw before you, both in my report and the comments today, are what I see as the salient points of the conversation. So keep in mind that as we go forward, this isn't a one and done. I see this as an ongoing conversation with the council, and not just through the budget, but for at least the foreseeable future. What I did do is try to hone in on the pieces that seem to go together, and I came up with 4 general and what I'll call overarching goals that really can help us in framing all the conversations. And keep in mind that these are all interrelated. They aren't standalone. None of them stand alone by themselves. I mean, some of the we'll call it the tactical conversations that we'll have about positions and that might seem to be very specific to one area, but they really aren't. They go hand in hand with a lot of the efforts that we've got ongoing. So I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. I'll go back to these quickly. The 4 general areas are climate action and resiliency, economic opportunities, safe community, and government enhancements, kind of the catch-alls for everything else. A few things that I'll point to in terms of the framework. This thing will work. There we go. So what I did is took each of the goal areas and broke them down into focus areas to give a little more specificity on where we're trying to do and accomplish. You can see these, and I won't read them all. You guys are, and again, these are all in your notes in the report that I sent to you. So a couple things I'll point out to you on the climate action and resiliency. Again, think of these in an overarching manner where it's not just one, but it's also interrelated. And so every decision that we make needs to be thought through in terms of the impact to the climate action and resiliency, but also on the other goals as well. You can see, obviously, the creation of a climate action plan will give us that framework, but again, it's not, here's the plan and we're done, we walk away. It really is to inform policy and so forth. Green transportation and mobility, I think the big piece there is informed by the Move Tucson effort. I've gotten great feedback from Diana and her team about the excitement in the community. I will also tell you that we have had some concerns. I know that in the southeast area of the community, there's some concerns about too much focus on alternative modes and not enough focus on cars. That's great feedback for us, because I think as a community, the diversity that we bring to the game will make us stronger and give us that opportunity. So we appreciate that feedback, and we'll certainly make sure that's included. 1 Million Trees Initiative, one of the pieces there is to hire a coordinator. I know we've been having conversations, Mayor, with your office, and we're going to continue down that path. But again, that's not just a one and done. It's not, let's hire a coordinator and say, he'll go plant 1 million trees. It's really about how we leverage the relationships and partnerships on a macro scale to make that happen and put that vision in place. Preserving and protecting our water, you heard from Tim. Obviously, that's a huge issue for us. One of the relationships that we cherish very much is that with the voter and with our ratepayers. Keeping them informed, making sure that they're up to date. I know that Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Kozacek have both been really focused hard on making sure we're out in front of all of this, and I know that's a hugely important issue for all of you as well. Next topic is economic opportunities. You can see what the focus areas are there. Again, we're trying to lump things together that seem to make sense. But again, overarching conversation. So the first is the homelessness and the housing affordability issue. One of the big issues there, other than hiring a homeless coordinator or housing first coordinator, is shooting for more than 100% of our voucher utilization. To refresh your memory, when Liz was here a bit ago, we talked about shooting for 103 to 105% of the vouchers. There's risk associated with that. I've asked her to try to quantify that, because I believe that that's a good use of resource, and so we'll be presenting that to you in the not too distant future. Some of the other things in terms of poverty, the municipal ID, I know that Councilmember Fimbres has been on that for a bit. The poverty report, I believe you got a link on Friday that was completed, so we're working through that. But again, those are partnerships with others, the Ban the Box and Second Chance. We've got a variety of other partners. The $15 minimum wage I put there, it doesn't just fit there, it fits also under government enhancements, but I did want to mention that we do have that on the radar screen and we're working through that. Youth opportunities, you've already heard the conversation around KidCo and the expansion of KidCo. That's something that's we heard loud and clear. I will tell you that the teen takeover of City Hall is scheduled for April 23rd. Mayor, thank you for rearranging your schedule to help us with the welcoming for those. Again, I'd encourage all of you to think about that as an opportunity to further this goal by really engaging and exposing the youth to some of the things that you as council members do. Some of those under youth are long-term, like the the Tucson Healthcare Network for Kids that Councilmember or Vice Mayor Cunningham put out. Again, longer term, but certainly something that we'll work towards addressing. Economic development. Those are some of the focus areas in terms of the navigator for small business as well as the international trade specialist. We had conversations at the retreat, or you did, about how the importance of that is, and so Barbara's embraced that and moving that quickly. So we go on to the safe communities as our next area, which is really our public safety and cybersecurity. Again, I'll call it resounding conversation with the council was to increase the number of officers, CSOs and paramedics. Just to refresh your memory, in prior years you gave me direction to increase the number of officers by 20 per year. We're on track to do that, so we'll talk more about that as we get into prior commitments. But there's also been a conversation around CSOs and how the CSOs are helping with the enforcement, the community efforts, and that's all inclusive, both in terms of helping us deal with the parks as well as helping us deal with some of the law enforcement issues that keeps the officers on track to do their important work. Cybersecurity was one of the issues that Councilmember Lee brought up, and you all embraced as well. Obviously very focused on that, particularly with some of the newer threats. It seems like we have new threats every day. We're putting a lot of energy and effort in that. We've asked Colin Boyce, our IT director, to give us some thoughts in terms of the amount and the magnitude of investment that's necessary there. Moving on to government enhancements. Obviously, what you hear and I hear and we all hear is about the road conditions. That'll be a big part of what we focus on. Keeping in mind, again, Move Tucson will help inform that, as well as we'll call it the prioritization of those resources in the long term, but gives you an opportunity to weigh in on what that looks like in terms of investment. I did put diversity, equity, and inclusion. It was clear from the questionnaires that you filled out that that's an important topic. I am going to recommend that we do hire someone for that role. They will be out of my office and really overseeing not just internal diversity of hiring practices, but also helping and guiding policy with regard to investments across the board and across the community. Parks and Recreation, you heard a great presentation there from Brent. And by the way, I will just comment, I think the caliber of the directors is something that you've seen now right in front of you, both at the retreat as well as here. You know, they really have a command of their functional areas, and I'm very, very proud of them, and Brent's no exception. Councilmember Vice Mayor Cunningham had mentioned the super volunteers. We're going to really push the envelope on that, not just in Parks and Recreation, but across the board, because I think that is a resource that we can really push and gives everyone an opportunity to engage in providing a great community, and so we're looking forward to doing that.
Any chance we can rename it to Superheroes?
Superheroes,
Cool.
We'll take that under advisement.
Everybody could
That's
get
code
like,
for we'll think about
They
it.
could get like code names like Thor and Captain Tucson.
Financial stability was another focus area, obviously important. We can't do any of this for the long term if we don't maintain the sustainability of our financial position. You know that we saw some great metrics recently with our credit rating. We need to make sure we stay focused on that. Retiring debt, you saw it in Tim's presentation, the retirement of debt in the not too distant future. You're going to see something when we talk about HERF as well as we go forward on that. And again, I put down the $15 minimum wage for employees. And again, as you think about all of these efforts and all of these programs, the key to this is the staff and making sure that we retain and recruit top staff to help us with the implementation of this. Mayor, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Joyce to go over prior commitments, and then we'll go back and summarize it for you in a couple minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. So, Mayor and council members, at the retreat, actually, Councilmember Kozaczek asked us to put together a list of the prior commitments, and that's what we have here. So, as you recall, Mr. Ortega talked about the police officers. So, we committed to doing 20 new police officer positions for every year for 5 years. So, this will be the 4th year coming up. That's $2.3 million. We've had a fire academy recently. There's one going on now. But what we know is we do have some turnover in that area, and we do have need for paramedics. So one of the areas that we're looking at is to continually do in a fire academy. While we could do it as a one-time cost, I think it's important that we start to look and see how we can maximize and keep the public safety, the community safety up to speed by continuing those academies. Now, the minimum wage adjustment, this is actually increasing the minimum dollar to $15. So we would have 698 employees who would be affected by that. Of that, 195 are actually permanent full-time. They're either on probation, they are either civil service positions or appointed. The other 503 positions are what we call intermittent or non-perm positions. They could be seasonal or just those part-time employees. Parks maintenance, as was discussed before under the proposition, we made a commitment to do maintenance on those amenities that we've been putting into the new areas. So this is $575,000 for fiscal year '21, and that increases annually thereafter. So it'll continue up every year. For the Tucson Convention Center, last year we actually prepaid our rent to the tune of $6.6 million. Well, from that annual savings of $1.3 million, we did commit to putting some of those dollars into maintenance. So there's things that need to be done, like roofs replaced, carpeting replaced. There's just a numerous amount of items still to be done at the convention center that's outside of the realm of the renovation that's going on by Rio Nuevo. The Veterans Court, and I'll actually call this also the specialty courts, we have put dollars into that in prior years, so that could be an ongoing commitment. Increased expenditures, we put this on here just so that you're aware that when we did the financial model, we actually already increased some of the cost. So that would be like for utilities, for our health care, for workers' compensation, liability insurance. I think I mentioned utilities already. Software maintenance costs, those continually go up every year. So we've already included that in our 5-year model that was presented at the retreat. The SunTran buses, well, we have a commitment for those electric buses. So we're really happy that our first one is coming in March. So that is coming under a lease program, and that lease program is $200,000. And then as that program progresses through the year, we'll find out how that bus runs within our environment, make some necessary changes. And as you know, we have a grant, a federal grant of $3.8 million. Well, we have match on that. So that is the other part of the $875,000. So $200,000 for the lease and then $675,000 for the grant match. The market rate adjustments, this is $6.6 million. So what this dollar amount is, if you'll recall, we had an employee retention plan that we've been working on for several years. And we've done many different increases to employees' base wages. Recently, we just did the big decompression for all of our employees. Well, what we would move to the next step would be actually the market adjustments. So what we could do is a potential 2% increase for all our employees, which comes to $6.6 million. Or if you just kind of break that down in half as 1%, then you can do any increment thereof if you were going to do some math. But those are the prior commitments.
So, Mayor, just to summarize, I think that through your leadership as the City Council and Mayor, we have been working on, we'll call it, adjusting the culture and really making it responsive in all of the pillars and the focus areas. But ultimately, when we start talking about, Mayor, I know you mentioned we don't really know exactly what we're doing for employees. We wanted you to know that employees are in our minds in terms of what we do for them, how we deal with some of the issues that we know we're going to be facing, both in terms of increases in our costs as an employer, but also their costs in terms of employees. My thought in terms of next steps, wanted to at least pitch to you the thought that this would translate, and we'll do it, into a strategic plan. I'm not in favor of necessarily a big, thick document with a lot of language, but at least the framework where we can point to it and say maybe a little more meat on the bones, if you will, on this, but it really is that framework. In terms of specific budget next steps and budget detail, we will be bringing back to you both on the at the March 17th meeting, as well as, and I think, Mayor, you mentioned that we might move the April 7th meeting to the 14th. So both on the 17th of March, the 14th of April, and then the ultimate presentation for the manager's budget will be presented on the 21st of April. We'll bring to you kind of more holistic budget discussion to go over revenues. We've already done that to some level at the retreat. We gave you that 5-year model, that spreadsheet, but we're going to talk to you both about, we'll call it budget implications that come out of the retreat that are either in realignment terms or in new terms. We're going to talk about the prior commitments and how that fits into that discussion. And then we'll also go over some of the other needs, some of the things that you've heard from, for example, you heard Brent talking about a need for more staff and other pieces that are necessary for his operation. What I'm hoping is that at that point, it'll give you a more holistic view of all of these pieces that then you can guide me or guide us in terms of what that budget presentation looks like. Ultimately, my goal and hope is that when we get back to you on the 21st, that the budget presentation, that crafting incorporates your thoughts and comments, and hopefully it's just tweaking after that versus wholesale changes. That's all, Mayor.
That makes sense. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Durham?
I appreciate how the city manager distilled and organized the priorities identified by mayor and council. I think we have identified appropriate goals and priorities, especially as it relates to climate action, economic opportunities, and public safety. Do we anticipate further prioritizing these items through and including multi-year work plan for each priority?
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, thank you. That's a good question. And the short answer is absolutely, because I think that the only way we can get this done, if you noticed, I didn't necessarily break them down into short, mid, and long term. That's kind of the next step of a strategic planning effort. But clearly, in order to accomplish all that you put out, it will be a multi-year approach. And the multi-years is not just a function of, wow, we're going to burn ourselves out in the first year. It really will also lead to a conversation around leveraging other partnerships, leveraging other funds in order for us to move that forward. So I'm expecting that on an ongoing basis, we're going to bring to you thoughts on, okay, how does this fit into the overall plan of a net zero by 2030? What does that look like? And so we'll bring those to you. Sometimes there'll be a package, and other times there'll be just individual strategic conversations.
Well, definitely a great conversation, and
one more question.
yes.
What are the
Just
next
need
steps?
to move because it's already going to be 2:30.
Do you anticipate needing any additional guidance from mayor and council at this point?
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, I don't think so. I think the guidance you've given me based on the retreat and the conversations we've had since at least gives me framework to start having at least a discussion about the budget. The budget is where I'm going to need you to weigh in. Unfortunately for us, we don't have enough resource to do everything that we'd like to do, so there will have to be some prioritization. I'll give you some thoughts and ideas and give you some strategies for maybe approaching those, but where I'm going to need guidance and direction will be when we start having more specific budget discussions, both next week, or I'm sorry, next meeting and the meeting subsequent to that.
All righty. Let's move on to item 10. Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate synthesizing what we all discussed at the retreat, Mr. City Manager. I do need to move fast now because it's beginning to, we're 3 minutes from 5:30. So Andrew, let's have a presentation of state and national legislation or regional committees.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. First, I provided some answers to questions from Councilmember Fimbres. I sent those by email. Great. I have any questions on those, happy to answer them. Second, I brought a list of bills for you this week. We're down now to a different part of the legislative session, so there aren't as many bills as there have been on my list. This week there are only about 7 bills. Happy to answer any questions about them. I'd appreciate a motion to support the recommendations.
Madam Mayor, I moved that we moved on supporting the recommendations given by our lobbyists, and also to oppose the ones he's also recommended.
So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes.
Easy.
Easy peasy. So what I'd like to request for the future presentation to Mayor and Council on national legislation. I'd like to make sure that in March 17th, Andrew, you bring to this particular item on the conversation at Mayor and Council to present a summary of all appropriation requests that the City of Tucson submitted to our federal government, specifically through Congresswoman Kirkpatrick's office. That would be really nice to present what our requests are and then keep track of what is coming through. So I'd appreciate if you do that. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Item 11, does anyone have any items to remove from consent agenda? I have an item. I think it's item G that I'd like to remove for separate consideration. Anyone else? Okay, item 12, does anyone have any future agendas? Councilwoman Lee.
I do. I have a memo here. Just in light of the coronavirus topic that's on everyone's mind, I would like to add an item to our study session to invite the Pima County Health Department to come talk to us and also understand our posture as a City of Tucson to deliver core services in the hopefully unlikely event that that would arrive here in the city. So I'll hand this out.
Thank you. We will do that then. Study session is adjourned, and we will begin regular session in 10 minutes. So we'll start at 5:40. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your contribution. roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Durham. Here. Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres. Here. Mr. Kozaczek. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Invocation, item 2.
Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Grady Scott from Grace Temple Missionary Baptist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day that you have given us. We thank you for the protection that you've provided. We thank you for watching over us even as we slept. Now, Lord, we pray for this council and the mayor, that they would make decisions that would bring peace to our city, to help our people live better lives. Give them wisdom as they make decisions, and then help us as citizens to support the work that they're doing. Pray for not only their protection, but Lord, we also pray for their guidance, that you would be able to do great things in the city of Tucson. As they face the challenges of this 21st century, may you lead them in a path that leads to prosperity, that would help all of us to live a better life here in the city of Tucson. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2C.
Presentations.
I would like to issue a proclamation to the Pima Community College for winning the National Bellwether Award for the college's redesign of development in education. We have Dr. Dolores Duran Cerda from Pima Community College here to accept the proclamation. Please come forward, Doctor.
Team who's here, can they join me?
Absolutely. Anyone that's representing Pima College, actually, and the governing board members here too. Come and join us, please. This is something that everyone at Pima should be very, very proud of. So let me read the proclamation. All righty. Proclamation of the City of Tucson, Office of the Mayor. Whereas Pima Community College acknowledges that its campuses and centers are located on the ancestral lands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and Pascua Yaqui tribe, whereas since its inception in 1969, Pima Community College has been dedicated to the ideal of access to higher education for all students. Whereas Pima Community College embraces its role as an instrument of social justice, social equity, and social good, whereas Pima Community College recognizes that everyone who steps through its doors should have the opportunity to achieve a college degree and partake of the concomitant benefits accrued from such an achievement. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, without fear of contradiction, do hereby proclaim the highest commendation to Pima Community College for winning the National Bellwether Award for the college's redesign of developmental education. And I wish the college continued success in fulfilling its missions to its students so they may realize their personal vision of the American dream through the power and promise of a Pima Community College education. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 3rd day of March, 2020. Congratulations. Would you like to please add a couple of words to commemorate?
Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. This is such a wonderful honor for Pima Community College, for the community itself, the students that we serve. I'm Dolores Renza, the provost, and we have our board chair, Damien Klinko, present. We have Dean Nina Corson, who was instrumental in developing this too, and Dr. Morgan Phillips, who's our Vice Chancellor for Academic Excellence. And I'm sorry the Chancellor couldn't be here, but he also sends his regards and very much the distinction that you're giving Pima College and our mission to continue with this labor of love.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Very well-deserved commendation, and thank you so much for everything that Pima means to the city of Tucson. Thank you so much.
Appreciate your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The city manager's communication number 60 dated March 3rd is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Are Ms. Caballero and Ms. Lindsay present here today? No? Okay. I would like to thank them anyway for their willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Is there any discussion on these appointments today? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? None? All righty, let's move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
The city manager's communication number 61 dated March 3rd is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow council members to report on current events. These are to be current event of activities within the community, not position statement on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Council member Santa Cruz.
So this Wednesday, March 4th, tomorrow at the Ward 1 office from 5:30 to 7, we will be hosting an open house for the El Rio wash drainage improvements. We want to make sure that our community is aware of that. Again, it's going to be held tomorrow at the Ward 1 office from 5:30 to 7 p.m. And then for a while now, we've been partnering with FUGA, which stands for Familias Unidas Ganando Accesibilidad. Families United Gaining Accessibility, doing a Southside bike ride that starts out of the El Pueblo Senior Center on the last Friday of every month. And we've just added a West Side bicycle ride that's going to start at the Ward 1 Council office every second Sunday, starting with this Sunday, March 8th at 10 a.m. It's a family ride, so we invite our community to come out and ride with us.
Vice Mayor?
I'm almost ready. I've got one little thing to look up here. First of all, this week, for those of you who weren't around, was championship week. And several local high schools made it all the way to the championship and either won the state championship or were runner-up. For boys soccer, Sal Point finished as the state runner-up. Sabino girls soccer finished as the state runner-up. Sunnyside boys soccer finished as the state runner-up. Ironwood Ridge girls soccer finished as the state runner-up. Catalina Foothills girls 4A was also a state runner-up. In basketball and in Ward 2, the Saguaro High School girls team actually defied some odds and won a couple games they weren't supposed to win and went all the way to the state championship. They came up short against a team that's won like 7 years in a row, but really happy and proud of the East Side Saguaro Cougars. On that same note, in the 3A division, also a lot of kids from Ward 2. On the Sabino girls team, they won the state championship for 3A, so congratulations to the Sabino SaberCats. Finally, our partners in Cells, Baba Kivri, they went to the 1A girls state championship and were the runners-up. On the boys' side for basketball, the Sal Point boys won. They upset a team. Another game they weren't supposed to win, but again, Tucson is always better than Phoenix, so that happened again. Sal Point won there, so congratulations in their championship. And in 3A, the Sabino boys couldn't do what the girls did, but they were state runners-up. So congratulations to all the young athletes, both throughout the city, but specifically Ward 2, our Sabino and Saguaro kids who represented the city well. And I have one other announcement tonight, and that is about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I got a call from Roger Tamietti, who recently passed, and it was devastating to our community. But I remember this is the type of calls I'd get from Roger Tamietti. He called me up and he said, "Paul, you're not going to believe what happened." I said, "What happened?" And he said, "We got a call to a guy who fell off a ladder." And I said, "Why is that so awesome?" Like, he was beaming, telling me about this. And it was because they went and responded to a man who was in his 90s doing his own yard work, who had fallen off this ladder. And the firefighters sat and talked to him for a while, and it turned out that he had actually been at Pearl Harbor. And he was one of the few Pearl Harbor's survivors. Matter of fact, a few months later, it was found out that his Navy service, there were 7 medals that he'd won and he was eligible for that he'd never been awarded. So we actually had a ceremony for him and awarded him those 7 medals. Clarence Elkist grew up in Leston, Minnesota. He was born in 1922 and later on became amazing Tucsonan. He enlisted in the Navy and was a survivor of the attack on Pearl Harbor. After the war, he rose to the rank of Sergeant Major. He moved to Tucson and had 4 daughters, including one of our most treasured community activists, Claudia Elquist. He often liked to say Tucson Tack, which is Swedish for 1,000 thank yous. This week, we lost Clarence, but he had a great run, and my condolences to the Elquist family. Tucson Tack for your service and friendship, Clarence. So that's my announcement tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Councilmember Durham?
The La Madera Revitalization Celebration this Saturday, March 7th at 11 a.m. The La Madera Neighborhood Watch and Neighborhood Association will join for a celebration in La Madera Park. Please join me on Saturday, along with TPD and the neighbors as we work to revitalize the La Madera Neighborhood Association. Rito Bend mural dedication this Sunday. The Rito Bend Neighborhood Association, that's my neighborhood association, will host a block party and will dedicate a 33-foot mosaic mural that will serve as a gateway into the neighborhood. Please join us for this free event. Bring a reusable water bottle at the corner of Prince and Cactus Boulevard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Thursday, February 27th, the groundbreaking for the University of Arizona Tech Park at the Bridges took place, which now has all 4 components of the Bridges under construction. The first building at the Bridges Tech Park will be a 120,000 square foot mixed-use development that will also include Tech Launch Arizona and the U of A Center for Innovation, Businesses Incubator, and its client startups. The U of A Tech Park at the Bridges is a key component to the renaissance of Ward 5 and the South Side, and thanks to the work of the 4 neighborhoods, South Park, Las Vistas, Pueblo Gardens, and Western Hills 2, which, with the developers, including the University of Arizona, in 2007, a development agreement was reached. A lot has happened, and it is with these neighborhoods who have made it happen. I want to thank Eric Davis of Retail West also, and Don Bourne, who have worked with the neighborhoods to create the Bridges, for their work and investment in Ward 5. I also want to thank the University of Arizona President Bobby Robbins for his foresight and vision for this project, and Carol Stewart, Associate Vice President of Tech Park Arizona, for taking this from a long-awaited concept to a reality. I also want to thank Boyer Company for their work and commitment on this project. And I also want to thank the council, the mayor, and my colleagues on the council for seeing the foresight along with me on this project. On Friday, February 28th, Holiday Fine Arts Magnet School, located in Ward 5, had their Student of the Month award celebration honoring students for their academic success. These students were Aliana Carrillo, Nelea Rodriguez, Alex Quisada, Liliana Brito, Andre Emerson, Angel Duarte, Fabian Palafox, Jalen Denson, Rihanna Manji, Ainaya Harper, Nevea Ponce, Elijah Morton, and Devon Winters. Also recognize the students with Award 5 Certificate of Appreciation and Medallion of Hope. Congratulations to the students and their families as well as their teachers for this academic success. Also congratulations to the students and teachers and school staff at Holiday for raising their grade to a B from a C from last year. And on a sad note, we're going to say goodbye to Rafaela Grijalva, the mother of Congressman Grijalva, who passed away a few days ago. Rafaela was the matriarch of the family, a loving aunt to her nieces and nephews, devoted wife, doting mother, and exceptional nana. She was a homemaker, gardener, avid reader, excellent cook, and enjoyed discussing current events. The Rosary and Funeral Mass will be taking this place. Thursday night is the Rosary, and Friday will be the funeral. My condolences go out to Congressman Grijalva and his family. She will be missed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any others? Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. On to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 62, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, I just want to let you know Jeff Biggs, one of our water administrator, received a Salt of the Earth Award from the Multi-State Salinity Coalition.
Nice.
Recently for his
Nice.
efforts. I just wanted to let you know about that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Congratulations to Tucson Water and to Jeff. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 63, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 1 request for a new license. Under item 5C, we have 9 requests for special events. And under item 5D, we have 3 requests for agent change, acquisition of control. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1, C1 through 9, and D1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and council with any issue. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, as the matter be placed on any future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I have a few speakers and usually take them in the order of them coming into the clerk's office. My first speaker is Gigi Larrington, representing toxin-free Pima County.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. I am Gigi Larrington from the Small Citizens Toxin-Free Pima County. I'd like to give a special greeting to Mayor Romero in your new role and to the 2 new council members that we have not addressed before. Most of you will remember that our group was sponsored by Steve Kosacek and Paul Durham in an October 2018 study sessions when we presented the Organic First movement being embraced by more than 155 cities, even more now, who wanted to move away from the liability of pesticides and herbicides for the health of the community. This city council subsequently embraced this method, easing away from the use of herbicides for weed control through an organic approach that includes transitioning the grass playing fields to a regenerative feed the soil approach with no chemical additives, even fertilizers. because well-fed soil with thriving microorganisms nourish plants better than fertilizers. Besides reducing the herbicide load on the bodies of our children, pets, adults, and wildlife, it has an amazing ability to conserve and thus save water, up to 80%. I think we can all agree we want to have a community that can save water and still enjoy grass fields. As we learn more about this process, we are learning that these organic lawns will be sequestering more carbon, just as Mayor Romero aspires to do with 1 million trees in a decade. We look forward to the first 2 demonstration fields being done this year, one at Reed Park and a football field at Silver Lake Park, hopefully followed by one in each of the other 4 wards. The city of Tucson is the leader in southern Arizona, setting an example. Our neighboring incorporated cities, the county, and especially school districts can follow. Our community has an opportunity to learn more about these types of regenerative practices from a national leader in helping us take back our health, save water, sequester carbon, and influence climate change in a positive and surprisingly dramatic way. On Sunday, March 15th at 3 p.m. at Borderlands Brewery, Ronnie Cummins, one of the founders of the Organic Consumer Association, will have an open discussion about concepts in his new book called Grassroots Rising, a Call to Action on Climate, Farming, Food, and a Green New Deal. He and his group has worked on plans to help cities reach net zero emissions by 2030 and become carbon negative after that, and is now reaching out to the 2030D program to support and collaborate. Because this City Council has taken such an active and decisive role in the same direction, we wanted you to know about this opportunity for any of you, your staff, or constituents and friends who want to understand better the big national picture on a regenerative approach to climate change. I have a flyer for the clerk to copy and send to each of you so that you can share it electronically. Thank you for all that you do for our community and its citizens in so many different arenas of action, and for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. Our next speaker is Robin Moultzer.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. I am Robin Moultzer, a volunteer with Toxin-Free Pima County and the Center for Biological Diversity. Congratulations, Mayor Romero and the 2 new members, and thanks to all in council. We're excited to support you in your green goals to protect our beautiful, vulnerable Sonoran Desert. Pesticides and land management chemicals build up in our bodies, pollute our air, soil, and water. These chemicals are impossible to filter out and sit in our water systems and contribute to the health epidemics we are facing, like cancers, dementia, and digestive disorders. Chemicals cause inflammation in our bodies, as they do in all, including pollinators' bodies, causing their stomachs to explode, and they die terrible, preventable deaths, as do humans. After sprays, as an avid nature enthusiast, I find dozens of bees, wasps, and other insects crawling on the ground near death or already dead. This is especially concerning as Tucson is home to one of the largest bee populations in the world, second to Israel, and are responsible for 1 out of 4 bites of food. Our local bees are peaceful pollinators. Tucson is a UNESCO World Heritage Site with its many farms providing food for the local and national economies. We have much to protect, and with that comes unprecedented leadership, one that considers and acts for the well-being of all, humans, nature, and non-humans. Humans are nature, and what is good for the land is good for all. Diverse species contributes to ecosystem diversity, allowing proper and efficient functioning. An organic feed the soil approach with no chemical additives or fertilizers nourishes plants and creates nutrient-dense foods, increasing health and well-being within all of our bodies and our skin. Reducing the toxic load, regenerative practices, respecting nature's ways will take us back to health while saving up to 80% of water, sequester carbon, keeping trees and plants thriving, and will help protect us from climate issues. We're grateful for the first 2 demonstration fields and look forward to the other 4 awards fields, and invite you to the Organic Consumer Association Grassroots Rising event at Borderlands Brewing Company on March 15th. Thank you for your kindness and empathy for our community, our citizens, land, and non-humans.
Thank you. Gail Hartman, representing Save the Scenic Santa Rita's.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I spoke to you last month. I gave you an update on the Turquoise Trail. I don't think I wore a hat, but if I had worn a hat, I would have worn this hat as a nod to our unique and unusual history. This evening, I'm going to wear a different hat. This is my outdoors hat in my role as president of Save the Scenic Santa Rita's. As I'm sure you all know, this organization has been leading the opposition to the proposed Rosemont mine in the Santa Rita Mountains for a very long time. And I thought it was also good to speak to you because there are 2 new members of the council who may be a little less familiar with this issue. Some years ago, I'm not sure if any of you were on the council at the time, but the mayor and council did unanimously pass a resolution opposing the mine, as Pima County has done on a couple of occasions, and of course we have a lot of endorsements from elected officials, including our members of Congress, etc. So right now, I want you to all recall, you probably will, that on the end of July, Mayor Judge Soto decided that the mine could not proceed as it was planning to do, and in late December, Hudbay and the federal government did appeal that decision to the Ninth Circuit Appeals Court in California. We have just learned the more or less schedule of that appeal. Opening briefs from Hudbay and the feds will be, we think, in early April. We then get 60 days, 2 months to respond to that, so our responses will probably be in early June. We don't think oral arguments will be scheduled until late 2020 or even 2021 because the court's very backlogged. Also, a few weeks ago, the judge made another decision on a kind of a different part of the case having to do with endangered species law, and his decision overturned the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's approval of the mine because of threats to jaguars and other endangered species. Now, we haven't heard yet, but Hudbay and the feds will probably appeal that decision as well. We don't know, but they have a little more time before they make that decision. So now it's up to the Ninth Circuit Court, and in the meantime, thank you again for your support, or your opposition to the mine, your support of our perspective, and all is quiet on the Rosemont front for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Joe Sillens with Sunrise Tucson.
Greetings, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Joe Sellens with Sunrise Tucson, the local hub of a national movement to push for action addressing climate change and the passage of a Green New Deal. And here we're advocating for, on an ongoing basis, for the declaration of a climate emergency at a city level and to take concrete steps to address said crisis. While the bushfires in Australia have abated, the climate crisis is still very much a reality, and drastic action is needed right now. We have only one planet, and we must all do what we can to save this beautiful world we live in. You as a council have the power to enact the needed changes at a local level, and we and other climate action groups are extremely excited to have a mayor and council with many members who have campaigned on a platform of climate action and environmental advocacy in office. We're here to support you in your efforts to make good on these campaign promises, and we're working in collaboration with other groups such as the Arizona Youth Climate Strike, the Citizens Climate Lobby, Extinction Rebellion, High Schoolers for Climate Justice, and Fridays for the Future to draw attention to the urgency of this crisis and to the growing public voice among your constituents demanding action to address this crisis. The 50th Earth Day will be happening next month, in addition to working to schedule meetings with Mayor and Council. We're also planning a series of exciting events and actions leading up to Earth Day, including a strike in Hakame Plaza on Wednesday, April 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. We invite you all to come strike with us. Dealing with a problem begins by acknowledging it, and we urge that you do so by declaring a climate emergency. In addition to declaring a climate emergency, we urge you to develop an actionable climate plan that includes placing this on upcoming study sessions, a timeline, resources, and the goal of carbon neutrality for city facilities and operations by 2030. Tucson is the third fastest warming city in the nation, and we can be a leader in addressing this existential crisis we face as a city, a nation, and a world. Thank you, and we look forward to talking more with you.
Thank you. We sure will, Joe. Thank you so much. Mark Day.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Mark Day. I live in Ward 2. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I have issues with the proposed water rates. They increase fixed unavoidable service charges unnecessarily, which regressively impacts both conservation and equity. Tucson Water's justification for increased fixed revenues from fixed charges is industry trend, which are largely promoted by the bond market considerations. Yet, the plan is to be self-funded, which will negate financial market concerns. So why the pressure to increase service charges? Block 1 users, like me, already pay more than 50% of our bill as a fixed charge. So the march to 30% fixed revenues for the utility will further reduce my ability to save money by saving water. The existing conservation incentive is mostly felt in blocks 3 and 4, which constitute less than 15% of sales. But block 1 is 60% of sales. So the conservation incentive of unit prices is limited. Yet, with the proposed increase in fixed fees, the incentive is effectively being diminished for more than half of sales, block 1. Considering recent forecasts for dramatic runoff reductions for the Colorado River watersheds, this is not a good time to be diluting the conservation incentive in our water rates. Water price incentives have been shown to be the most important and effective influences in Tucson's water conservation program. Per unit price increases have been shown to be more than twice as effective as fixed charges at driving conservation. The proposed rates ignore this evidence from research I co-authored. They also do nothing to help low-income families or other average users save money by conserving our water. So, please require Tucson Water to present the rates that freeze residential service charges for your consideration. Also, as some of you know, I have proposed that revenue be raised through surcharges, which spread the pain around and are quite stable. They're better than the current per unit rates in any case. Another concern I have is that the price for reclaimed water has been increasing, and I don't know how many golf courses will go dry, brown because of this, or schoolyards become more nettlesome, as I've seen myself. But I think this is something that should be considered for another freeze. We froze it whenever I was on CWAC, and I think it should remain that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. James Tickner.
Hello, everyone. I'm here today because I was inspired by Ms. Cruz's editorial and Mayor Romero's prepared statements in regards to the Confederate flag at the Tucson Rodeo. I rise today to speak in regards to the flying of the Confederate flag at the Tucson Rodeo, to serve as a message to the Rodeo Committee and the Sons of Confederate Veterans and the citizens of Tucson. The Sons of Confederate Veterans stated that they constantly fight this battle. Newsflash, the battle ended 150 years ago. You can stop fighting now. To say their flag was not about slavery, but didn't even know that their Confederate flag wasn't actually the Confederate flag. They confused it with the Confederate naval jack for decades. Even still, they're flying the incorrect flag. They're flying the first version of that flag, the first of 3 iterations. It leads one to wonder why they don't fly the final iteration of the Confederate flag, literally dubbed the white man's flag by its creator, William Thompson. They cannot be proud of their heritage, yet not know anything about it. Their ignorance to their heritage precludes them from possibly rendering it honor. They state they proudly participated for 25 years in the rodeo, a time-honored tradition. Well, if slavery has taught us anything, it's that time-honored traditions are not a reason to keep doing something, which is why the flags must need to stop being flown at our parade. They say the Confederacy was about states' rights, not slavery. Allow me to clarify this narrative that is too often not accounted for because most of us understand the true reason. For a few states in the Confederacy, this was a prevailing point. History tells us that the South was outraged of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 was not being enforced by the federal government, which mandated the government to return their slaves. To subvert this law, the North was exercising their states' rights to define the status of their inhabitants as citizens. Indeed, it was an issue of states' rights, the rights of the North to declare their inhabitants free people, and the consternation of the South that they just lost their slaves due to the exercising of those states' rights. Never in all my time have I seen a black man or a black woman amongst their organization, because under their flag, black people were not free. And under mine, which still stands today, I might add, they are free. Allow me to quote Confederate General Robert E. Lee regarding Confederacy remembrance and preservation efforts. Quote, "I think it wiser not to keep open the sores of war, but to follow the examples of those nations who endeavored to obliterate the marks of civil strife and to commit to oblivion the feelings it engendered." If they really want to honor the South, they should follow their beloved general's words. And to the Tucson City Council, I urge no contributions in kind, no support, no nothing. If they want to stand for what they believe in, don't supply the bleachers. Make them stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And our last speaker tonight will be Jason Jauregui with Barrio Santa Cruz.
Good evening, esteemed Mayor and Council. It's an honor to appear before you today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of Barrio Santa Cruz Neighborhood Association, and I just want to speak quickly about some concerns, not concerns, but about an issue that addresses the barrios of Tucson. Recently, in the Arizona Daily Star, there were a couple articles talking about the aesthetics of the barrios. One recent one just talked about great spots to take a selfie in Tucson. And they highlighted Barrio Viejo and El Presidio area because of their color and because of their unique architecture. There was also an article published in January about a group called Barrio Painters. And this group, in a positive way, they say they're trying to record the visual and aesthetic beauty of the neighborhood because of the increasing construction and development in the area. I just wanted to speak today to bring some awareness about the barrios and to offer that, there is such greater value than just the aesthetic beauty. Yes, our homes are very beautiful, and they've been beautiful for generations, but the true beauty of these homes doesn't come from the way they look or the color of the walls. It comes from the communities that built these homes, and it comes from the communities that were built out of necessity and out of love, and that came together and supported each other and helped advance each other, even in times when they weren't properly represented and when there was hardship and struggles, whether they were divided or fractured because of issues such as development or maybe the construction of the I-10 freeway. These communities stood together, because of that love and because of that togetherness. I'm not here to condemn or attack these articles or the Barrio Painters group. I just wanted to offer that awareness because if history has taught us anything, it's that when outside interests come to established communities and start to assign their own values to those communities, it can lead to division, it can lead to conflict, and much greater hardships to the people of those communities. I have great hope and belief in our leadership. As you say, Mayor, somos unos. We are together moving forward to build a better place for our children and our grandchildren. And I believe that we are working to find that balance towards preserving our culture and our history and also growing to be a better, more accessible, inclusive place for all citizens of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Really appreciate you being here. And thank you all who came to speak at Call to the Audience. We appreciate your voices. And do listen to you all, so you're not speaking just to the microphone. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the mayor and council? If that is a no, let's move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through I.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a grant agreement with the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission for the Paul Coverdale Forensic Sciences Improvement Grant Program. Item C is a pre-annexation and development agreement with Bonnie L. Bridges, owner of parcel 205-63-010F for water service. Item D is Tucson Code amending Chapter 20 relating to speed limits, repealing ordinances 11693, 11694, 11695, and 11696. Item E is Tucson Code amending Chapter 20 relating to one-way streets and alleys, converting a section of San Maniego Avenue from two-way traffic to one-way traffic, repealing ordinance 11728. Item F is an agreement with the United States Geological Survey for aquifer storage monitoring at the Southeast Houghton Area Recharge Project. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the Sullivan-Jackson Employment Center Continuum of Care Grant Echo Permanent Supportive Housing Program. This item will be considered separately at the request of the mayor. Item H is Parks and Recreation, Hospitality, and Promotional Agreement for Major League Soccer Preseason Training Camp. Item I is Tucson Code amending Chapter 14 relating to labor agreement coverage for community service officers. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Roll call.
Your Honor, that would be to approve items A through I with the exception of G. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Kozachi? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Item on consent is approved by a vote of 7-0, and now we're considering item G separately.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, I was wondering if someone from the Housing Community Development Department is here. Hi, Liz. I just have a couple of questions on this item. I know that the Sullivan-Jackson Employment Center has a long-standing and long work and long history of work with homeless populations and houseless populations here in the city of Tucson and in Pima County. And I just want to make sure that there is an opportunity to see the achievements of the partnership between the Housing Community Development Department and Pima County's Sullivan-Jackson Employment Center, and then also to ask a couple of questions about what are the results of the partnership, because Mayor and Council just gave direction to your department to create a Housing First director, and what are the outputs and outcomes of this particular partnership with Pima County?
Mayor and Council, I would be very happy to bring this together. I do have quite a bit of information. If it's agreeable to you, I would like to send that to you this week through email to be able to answer those questions thoroughly and fully.
So is this, I see that this particular partnership with Pima County Sullivan-Jackson Employment Center has been happening for some time. Yes. And what I'd like to make sure that we just bring to our attention, all of our attention and yours, Liz, is that I I think we have to take a look at what we're investing in and the partnerships that we're investing in as a city of Tucson, that we just question if programs and projects are actually working. And that's why I just wanted to pull this particular agenda item to the side and ask, what are the outcomes and what are the outputs that this project brings to our partnership in the city of Tucson, and that we're just not doing the same things just because we've always been doing them.
Mayor and Council, I totally understand. I think this has been a great partnership. I can just give you just an overall understanding that this grant provides 83 units of housing. We received $660,000 from HUD to do the housing piece. We do the partnership with, as you mentioned, Sullivan Jackson Employment Center to staff and provide the services for employment. And that is about $54,000 funding. So it covers staffing. What I don't have is the outcomes and they do a monthly reporting, and so I'd like to get that information. We weren't able to get it in time today, but we will be able to pull together what number of people that have been served and what type of outcomes that is. Every contract we have on these programs does have a significant amount of outcomes and goals, so I will be happy to share that with you.
I just think that we have to make sure that we're holding these types of investments accountable for the investments that we're doing. And I know that this is just a little tiny, small position within the Sullivan Jackson Employment Center, but I just pulled it because I wanted to make the point that are we taking a closer look at the outcomes of this particular program and the investment of this position? Are we having monthly conversations with the Sullivan Jackson Employment Center and working together in our continuum of care program to actually achieve the goals that we're establishing in each and every one of the investments and positions that we create along with Pima County. So absolutely, I'm going to vote that we pass this, but I do want to make sure that we question and not just go through the motions that we're so used to going through, but we're not questioning what the investment that we're doing and if it's actually working. And so, yes, please send us the information about the partnership. I value Pima County Sullivan Jackson Employment Center. I know that they do great work, but I think that we have to take it one step further. Every time that we are confronted with funding these types of positions, let's ask, how is the partnership doing? What are the outcomes? What are the benefits of this partnership? And how can we make it better? Because we can't disrupt the cycles of poverty and homelessness if we don't continue asking questions every time that we're confronted with these decisions. So with that, I'd like to make sure that we request a motion to approve this
Madam Chair,
item.
I move that we approve the authorization and execution of the IGA with Pima County, SAJAC, for the ECHO Permanent Supportive Housing with the Continuum of Care Grant.
There's a motion. Second. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
And I heard that Liz is going to get back some of the updates on the report and bring it back to us.
And this is a great opportunity as well, Liz, to as we put together the new housing, Equitable Housing Commission and the Housing First Director that we're trying to put together, it's an excellent opportunity to review the partnership with the Sullivan Jackson Employment Center and then bring us all back to the table to plan, continue planning and knowing who's doing what, continue moving this issue forward.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will certainly, as we ask for additional approvals for IGAs like this, to include the outcomes and achievements, so that way you have that up front with the report.
That would be great, Liz. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So item passes. Thank you so much. Did we vote?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Okay, we did. Thank you. We are on to item 8.
Water, notice of intention to increase certain Tucson water rates and fees and scheduling a public hearing for May 5th, 2020. Report from City Manager, Resolution Number 23149.
City Manager's Communication Number 72, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23149 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23149 relating to water, approving the publication of a notice of intention to increase fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2024 water rates and fees and scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move we pass and adopt Resolution 23149, direct staff to file the proposed fee schedule with the City Clerk's office and set May 5, 2020 for the public hearing regarding the proposed rates and fees.
There is a motion and a second. Vice Mayor, I know that you had some commentary and concern.
So this is where I'm at on this. We've been very good stewards of Tucson water. Some of the increases we've passed over the years have been tied directly to success in conservation, and I'm willing to continue that. I'm willing to continue that tradition. I'm not sure that this fee schedule is as high as I want to go. I want to be on record as right now saying that I'm not voting for the 5.5%. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. And I want to make that really clear. I'm okay with you having the public hearings and having the discussion. We may need to build some of these things into the rate. I know Mark Day, who's a kind of a water activist and an East Side Neighborhood Association president. I speak to him about this quite a bit. So I want to gather some information on it. That being said, I think it's irresponsible to box you out of being able to adjust the rates this year. So I'm going to support the motion, but I want to make sure that the rate proposal on the table is probably something that I'm not comfortable with at this point. And that's kind of where I wanted to make sure that the Tucson Water staff knew that and see if we can come up with a plan that is a little simpler for city staff to follow. I also want to come up with a plan that takes into consideration the fact that we're probably going to adjust fees with environmental services. So that total bill can't go up more than $3 or $4 a month. We just can't do that. We can't do that to people. So that's kind of where I'm at with this discussion. Other than that, I'm going to yield to my colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I too agree that Mayor and Council has to see the entire picture. That this year, what we currently have in front of us is increased rates for possibly park fees, for environmental service fees, for water rate fee increases. We just passed a green stormwater infrastructure fund, which is the right thing to do. But all of these fee increases have to be viewed in the context of how they impact working families. Anytime that we're considering raising rates on city services, we must exercise caution and consider the impacts on working families. So I believe that we should be having a discussion, not just looking at one by one what the fee increases mean to a working family or a person that's working or low income, that we should see it in the context of what you're all requesting from us. So I will move this forward for continued discussion, but I am not prepared to approve the request as presented by the Tucson Water Department. I want to see a complete picture of how fee increases will affect even the bill, the water bill that we receive every month, that families receive, including environmental services fees, recycling fees, and water fees. And so I'll move this forward, but I want much more thorough information of the impacts of what water rate increases, environmental service rate increases, park fee increases, and any additional fee increases that the city manager and other departments are requesting of mayor and council. So I'm hoping that we have a much more thorough conversation as we continue. I agree with the vice mayor that 5.5 without looking at the context of all the other fees is too much for me right now to move forward. Councilmember Cassatt.
So I don't disagree that we should be looking at the budget comprehensively in terms of all the fee increases. Where I don't agree is then, with deference to Brent and Carlos de la Torre, who is not here, is that all of these issues are equally important, whether it be the ES fees or the parks fees. We have a fundamentally important obligation to this community to make sure that our water supply is safe, is reliable, that we are thinking forward when it comes to the millions and millions of dollars we may be needing to fund for PFAS remediation. That's an emerging issue that we have no control over at this point, and are relying on two very slow processes to step up to the plate to help fund a problem that we know exists in our water supply. And those two entities are the federal government and the federal court system. We are on a trajectory that this council approved a couple of years ago to retire debt, and in that regard will free up capital for the kinds of investments that we may need to be making. So I'll agree with Paul and Rahina to keep an open mind on this, but when we are facing our entire budgetary obligation, making sure that the Tucson water utility is safe, secure, and fiscally solvent is just a huge obligation and responsibility that this council needs to take seriously. And I know you do.
Thank you. Any other commentary? All righty. We're ready to vote.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
So motion passes 7-0. Item 9.
Adjournment?
Adjournment. City Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, March 19th at 5:30 p.m. at the Mayor and Council Chambers located at City Hall, 255 West Alameda, Tucson, Arizona. Thank you all very much and have a nice evening.